chaos began to emerge and cut from the same cloth for the final two maps to deny Rugrats the win. And chaos had arrived, washing Rebirth away in just 2 verses. Took 3 stanzas, but Chaos put Ye to the sword to push on to the last dance. Chaos were fiddling with the hands of the devil while Rome burned. The deal being that they'd get to the final, but after that, they must break apart. Swan song time.
Oh, with the MP9.
Once more, Chaos was setting up for a crescendo. Slow start, this time more extreme. Team 1 sliced through them. Team 1 wanted that crescendo just as much and made it dramatic, stealing the 4th map. Chaos took the win, but now they had to face the consequences of their deal with the devil. A bittersweet symphony ends with an anticlimactic finale. Or did it? While Chaos was seen as a symptom of NA's implosion, they were also a large part of the solution. Jonji's revival on Bad News Bears has them as the one to watch in NA, while Marky is taking Europe by storm and bringing NA back to life on Extra Salt. Chaos might be gone, but they're also a part of the new movement that's striking a chord with a new breed of North American fan. The show must go on. In 2019, DreamHack brought Masters to Dallas. And although it wasn't the first time we had gone to the land of the free, this time it felt different. Inside the arena, there was an overpowering sense of excitement. This time, we might get ourselves a North American winner. It echoed off the walls of the Symphony Hall like a baritone voice. Every team that had been a champion at DreamHack Masters came from across the Atlantic. But at this point, Team Liquid were arguably the best team in the world, and almost certainly the best team at the event.
Oh, really impressive stuff.
They waltzed past Lucid Dream and danced past North. North now met South as Liquid faced Furia for a spot in the finals. The Furia had overcome Vitality. This one was all Liquid and their string quintet to slice the Brazilians open. Ends was the final performance. Team Liquid struck first on Ence's Mirage pick, thanks to an electric solo from Twists. But despite a weak start, the resilient Finns forced overtime on Overpass and took us all the way to a deciding map for what is a crescendo without build-up. The crowd held its breath, North America held its breath. But do you really think we'd tell this story if Liquid weren't the first North American winners in their home country? This was North America's magnum opus so far. Welcome to Sin City, home of casinos, insomniacs, and the memory of the Golden Five.
Pass and a strike, nice shot, Snacks up close. And a straight flash high in the sky, then more people to dodge means he can go back for more. Finds a second and a third. Snacks on fire, what a shot!
No team personifies the spirit of Las Vegas more than VP. A stampeding gang of Valkyries riding fearlessly into battle. A Polish rhapsody. Virtus Pro are playing against SK for the DreamHack Masters Las Vegas final. If you were a gambler, you knew better than to bet against VP on LAN. This is a team who will take a gamble, ignore the rules, and roll the dice in your face. And it's versus one of the most calculated hitmen in all of the world, Cold Zera. Everyone else is at the table. And Coldzera is the dealer who puts himself with the winning hand every time.
Looks to be enough to shut them all down as Config's the next in line. And giving up the AWP due to the HP.
Cobblestone goes the way of SK. The Brazilians shut down VP. VP have their backs against the wall, but it's not unexplored territory for this team. In fact, they feel confident.
And then we'll be funneling this terrorist towards our ramp, and Taz lights them up.
A slow start from the Poles doesn't matter as they come back to lead at the half.
They take it back. It looked like he would strike. He won't. Needle's got it. And Vertical will force out Mirage.
Mirage is a back and forth affair. When it's grand final time, you'll need the grand piano. Who else is there to ask the man who's done it all before? The odds were against Taz, but fortune favors the brave, even in Las Vegas.
Directly inside of Taco work together, but they don't go at the same peak.
Sadly, what happened in Vegas stayed in Vegas. And that was the last time the Golden Five were perfectly in tune at Masters. Maybe it's time for a new symphony.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
Shit. I won.
What?
I won. Where the fuck are you? What?
Nice spawn, nice spawn.
You're just so good. Oh my fucking god.
Morning aim.
Yeah.
It can happen.
Fuck, I thought you were under the ground.
Oh!
Oh yeah, there's a surfing in the back.
Oh. That's not a bad position. Can't see that. You're hiding so much.
I have to win, yeah.
You don't. What?
Oh. Okay, what the fuck?
Shifting around. You like it? Oh. I fucking looked at the bird. I did guy.
Oh, fucking spray control.
Oh!
Okay, we did the exact same almost. What the fuck?
I'm so fucking bad. What is happening? You're too good.
Little brothers all grown up now. Some fighting between brothers is expected, but it's not usually this one-sided. Like Macbeth killing Banquo, or Romulus killing Remus. Taking down those closest to you is just a necessary part of taking the throne.
Being back and beat Astralis like we did in the group stage was just perfect. Now we're used to play the top teams. One more semi will be perfect for us.
With the destructive tendencies of a rambunctious Tessus and the calculated guile of Shush, it's hard to see how anyone can keep them from the title. Nobody has even been able to take a map off them yet. Hell, nobody has even got within 3 rounds of doing so.
We are Team Heroic and we don't fear anyone, so if you want to meet us, come and join us in the semi.
Heroic might think that their name gives them the divine right to heroship, but Natus Vincere means born to win.
I think we can win all teams on this tournament, and I want to win this.
Furia thought that their plot armor would keep them safe, but Na'Vi are the kryptonite to many a hero, and the Danes are no different. It's going to take something special to take down the team who slayed Astralis, but that's exactly what Na'Vi have. Na'Vi aren't stuck in here with Heroic. Heroic are stuck in here with Na'Vi, and the only way out is straight back home.
Let the best team win.
The last time these two teams met, it was ESL Pro League Season 12 in October, and they had very different lineups, at least Heroic did. And now with fresh energy and ideas, this could be a clash to remember, Janko.
Yeah, absolutely. With these two teams, especially looking at how Na'Vi played in the game yesterday against Furia, you feel like they can be a match. So me, there's no doubt right now in the whole scene, it's Gambit and Heroic, right? So it's up to all the other teams that face them to prove that they're up to the task.
Indeed. And we've got to talk, of course, about Heroic first. Because this team, these individuals are absolutely on fire. And it kind of seems like there's no definite star in the lineup, to be perfectly honest with you. All 5 of the Heroic players are at least in the top 20, maybe even top 15 at this event. Janko, is it simply a case of them having super strong individuals?
I mean, a lot of it was, you know, Tess, as you can see, he's leading the way. He almost had a 2.0 rating against Astralis in that winner's game, so that really propelled him to, as you can see, the second rated player of the tournament. And yeah, like you want to say, you know, Kadian is the upper in-game leader, Refresh and Stone, they're probably like the 2 star riflers, and Tassis and Sue should be the anchors. But here in this tournament, they're the 2 actually highest rated players on the team. So Heroic has just been lights out so far in DreamHack Masters, and you know, if they keep playing at this high of a level, it's going to be very hard for Na'Vi to match it.
I think the theme for Heroic right now is that this might very well be the most skilled top team we have at the top. And Tez's this man has completely flabbergasted me, impressed me, shocked me with his spray control and his mechanical abilities. I grossly underestimated him last year, I have to say, and I do make amends here because his level, individually speaking, has been insane. And everyone on Heroic is actually firing on all cylinders. Their results here, basically a walk in the park. No one has challenged them at all. But it is important to say they haven't faced Na'Vi, as you mentioned, for a long, long time.
It's interesting when you think about Tesses, because I think maybe his first DreamHack was Malmo in 2019, and he was with Optic. And I guess we didn't really talk about him much then. We didn't get to see much from him. Then he goes back to Copenhagen Walls, and now picked up in Heroic. Does it feel like he's the biggest discovery, Janko?
I think he's definitely one of the players that have impressed out of those newer pickups, the Danish players in the last year or two. And, you know, even when we spoke with Kadian after the Pro League finals or some tournaments or some of the games there, he was also praising him a lot, you know, for his role, that he's doing a great job for Heroic as an anchor, and it just helps you so much for the team. And as an in-game leader, right, when you have that player who's a rock who you can rely on, that he's always going to be good for a kill or two, he's always going to play intelligent, not overextend. And yeah, so far he's been doing a great job for Heroic.
Not to be totally devil's advocate here, but when you look at the competition they've had here at DreamHack Masters Spring, Pain, Big, Astralis. Yes, Heroic haven't dropped a map, but as you kind of hinted at earlier, they haven't faced a Na'Vi yet, Maniac.
I know, and it feels like it's a star, it's an asterisk that we can put next to that tremendous winning streak they've had, because Gambit's the only team who actually have been able to beat Heroic in quite a while now. But also, who did they face, right? You think about Katowice, Gambit actually took care of Na'Vi for them, so they didn't have to face them. But then you can only beat the opponents that's in front of you, right? Their numbers are insane. I know they haven't really faced elite competition yet, but the fashion they've dispatched of it, we can only clap and wait for the next game.
Well, let's hear from Coach Hunden. He's newly returned to the squad, and he has some thoughts on Na'Vi.
Oh my god, I hate to play against Na'Vi. Like in 2020, we couldn't beat them. Like we lost 2 or 3 times last year against them, so it will be some kind of a revenge game for us. We want to beat them. We want to beat every single team in the world, and Navi is also one of them. Now we have more firepower, in my opinion, so I think we can match them on firepower as well. I'm pretty sure our system will work out against them, but this time we also have the firepower to match them.
It makes sense what he's saying, Yanko.
Yeah, it does, and also as a coach, right? Sometimes even you guys, when you watch the games, you feel like, especially before, like Navi, they're not really doing much, you know, on their T sides. Then somehow, just late round with some combined peaks, good trading, they just get some crucial kills and they win a round, right? So that's why sometimes it feels frustrating, because you feel like you should be beating them. You feel like you can game plan against that, but they can still make it work. And yeah, Handen is on point. That's actually a big deal that I don't know how much we've talked about it in this tournament, that they have Handen back. His ban has expired now, so he can be back with the team, and I'm sure that's going to help them even more.
Well, Maniac, do you want to take us through some of the numbers from Navi's recent T-sides?
Yeah, because actually I agree with Yanko. It's been something frustrating in the past. But if you look at this tournament, their T-side has been quite good. We've used here Gambit as a reference because they've had the best numbers on the T-side. But we're talking 60% of the rounds won, 83% of conversion when they get the opening kill, which is extremely high, and close to 40% even if they lose the entry kills. So these numbers are here to show you that on the T-side, there's actually way more resources than in the past. And I believe that a couple of names need to be mentioned here. Bits and what he's been able to achieve on that T side has been instrumental, right? He's used as the second entry fragger. You have Boomich, obviously, who's going to go first, and we know he's going to be the tank, but Bit is right behind trying to make the difference, and he's been doing so quite successfully.
Well, let's hear from his teammate Perfecto to see how he's finding playing with Bit.
I think Correa is a capable guy, very capable guy. He is only 18 years old, and he is showing decent performance his role. And we are helping him to develop with all our knowledge. And I think every day he is only getting stronger.
There you go.
Hard to disagree with that, Maniac.
No, hard to disagree. He is getting stronger, at least from what we are seeing. I just want to quickly touch on the fact that we have Perfecto here talking about how they are helping Bit to grow, right? Perfecto is not a veteran on the scene. He's also quite a new player for the top, so it's great to see him already passing knowledge onto Bit. But yes, his evolution has been great and nice to witness.
They are the 3rd highest rated team at the event, Navi, but what is it about their game that could potentially knock Heroic off balance? Because right now, when we look at the grand final, we're expecting to see Heroic there. And when we match up those two teams, we can't tell who's going to win. So just looking at this semi-final right now, before I get too convoluted, Yanko, what does Navi have in their arsenal that could exploit Heroic's potential weaknesses, if they have any?
There's definitely one thing that Navi has that Heroic doesn't, and that's simple. Obviously, the best player on the server pretty much every time they match up. I think team-wise, but the main talking point is still Navi getting better as a team, right? And their T sides, adding more variety to it. We saw it in yesterday's games against Furia, especially on Nuke, some faster executes early on, right? So it's going to be harder to read Navi. It's causing the other players to play better individually as well. So that has to remain the same, but you still feel like you need to have a little bit of a push from Simple and maybe another player to really get them over that hump.
Well, before we go into the veto, got some Navia DreamHack Masters trivia for you. They have attended 8 of the 10 iterations of DreamHack Masters. They've made the playoffs all 8 times. They have made it to 2 grand finals, 1 against Astralis, 1 against NIP, and they've never won.
The eternal conundrum. That's Navi's situation right there. A consistency that is crazy, but yeah, maybe not enough trophies when you consider the skill that's always been in that lineup. But somehow, we tend to forget that Navi never fade a tournament. They're always here, they're always in the last 4, and they always fight for it.
Well, Yanko, into the veto.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. It's the same for them at the majors, but here at the bans, we get rid of basically the perma bans for both teams, Vertigo and Dusto. And now Navi's, what are they going to pick? They still decide to go for Mirage. It seems like after that bootcamp and everything, they've gained a lot of confidence on the map. Even yesterday, we weren't 100% sure that they left it in the end overtrained, but proved out to be in the end a good decision for Navi. And Heroic, they still go for that new pick. They love it, and despite the fact that Navi also feels really good on it, yesterday we saw them play a great T side against Furia. Heroic just doesn't care. They're just going for it.
I mean, we saw what Heroic could do on the T side against Astralis. Granted, not the most oiled Astralis machine we've seen in a while, but their T side is so complete and deep, and there is a strat pool that's almost endless. We end up on Inferno. I'm a little bit surprised by Heroic picking Nuke. I mean, I can agree that it's a strong goal for them. I thought maybe Train could have been there because we haven't seen Bit there, so maybe it was something to exploit. But they go for the safe pick, Nuke, and then Inferno as a third.
This is interesting, actually. Just to look at what the stats are telling us, Heroic have only played Nuke and Inferno and Mirage this event.
Oh.
Yeah, and also listen to this, like Heroic is 31-7 with this lineup. 4 out of the 7 map losses are against Gambit, and the other 3 losses, 2 of them are on Train. So you really can't point out to too many situations of them. The one other loss, the last one, is a Mirage against Big, right? So out of Gambit, like there's 31-3 outside of that. So I think it's up to Navi to show us that they can play up to Heroic's level. Otherwise, we can see a very similar result like we did in the first semifinal.
Well, if you would like to see what it's like to be in the shoes of a pro player, maybe Cadian, maybe Simple, head to dhk.gg/POV, where you can check out the individual player streams. Maniac, if you were going to watch one of the POVs, which player would you choose?
I do for the usual one, usual suspect, Simple. I mean, Simple aside, which basically always going to create miracles, right? I think that Perfecto is a player that's quite nice to watch. I mean, his evolution has been great. The role he's playing is not always the easiest, but he's been doing such a great job at it at this event. So if you want to have a look at Perfecto dancing through smokes and hiding in Molotovs and making difference, that would be one to watch.
I'd kind of rather watch you, to be honest.
How do you
can we get a Maniac dancing gift, please, on the broadcast?
I mean, that one just because these moves, don't know why.
Whenever you make a prediction, I feel like that should, and it comes true in the server, I think we should just like fly your little dancing Maniac gif in. Yanko, I imagine you're not going to dance for me. Yeah, you made a slightly different stuff.
Well, it's really also hard to dance sitting down, Frankie. So you're really putting me in a difficult situation here.
I feel like you've got a party boy deep down inside you. I feel like you could do it if you really needed to. But tell me,
maybe somewhere really deep, hidden under a lot of layers. You know, I'm generally a quiet guy. I don't go out much.
You're a quite good liar. So, POV, whose would you watch?
Be simple every time. Just watch the best guy out there that ever did it.
Okay, quite easy. Well, we're waiting for the server to be ready. I know that Chad and Alex are just doing their vocal warm-ups.
I saw the Mirage thing, so I was like just
ready to cast.
So you stopped. You stopped. You're just like Simple. So leave it at that. You don't get to leave until I tell you can leave, Yanko.
Yeah. I also like with Maniac, I generally try to do the same. Like you don't want to say Simple every time, but just think about it, anything else, right? Yeah, you have Michael Jordan on the court, but why don't you watch like Scottie Pippen? Watch Dennis. He's really good at rebounding. Like, he couldn't do that. Jordan couldn't do that if Rodman wasn't there to catch all the rebounds. So yeah, you go to the game to watch Jordan play. That's why if you have a chance to watch any player, just watch Simple and what he does.
Well, in that shirt, you're definitely the Rodman of the desk. So we're going to head over to our very own Michael and Jordan, our casters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Our powers combined. We're like Trunks and what was the other guy? Almost had the Dragon Ball Z reference.
Yeah, man.
We can do the thing.
I'll be the green guy.
The green guy. Piccolo.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be Piccolo. I like saying his name. It sounds good.
All right, what we got there?
The green man from Dragon Ball Z. Hello and welcome back to the semi-finals. Chad, this could be the banger. I honestly, not yesterday, but the first game of the day, it did leave a little to be desired. I am excited to see if Na'Vi can trifle with the indomitable Heroic. They've got the individual aim, as we heard from Hunden. He believes now the difference is that they've got the aim stars in Shush and, of course, Refresh joining the ranks alongside Stown, Tessus, and Cadian. Getting this one started, then it is going to be Na'Vi on the T side. This is their pick. Therefore, Heroic given the gift of that CT start. They're surging towards Palace and middle, a 3 split, 3-2.
Simple has a Zeus.
Vision denied. They'll be fast up short. Boomich goes ahead of the bloom of the smoke, so just a little bit of util deployed for space. And they're trying to threaten B as best they can, but they do stay very rigid in this stance towards A, and it's the right call. Simple and Electronic. What a pairing to be coming out of that Palace position. And they've got a lot of space, and Simple takes some more. That was the first shot out of his pistol. Shush, he's always good on the USP, and so is Stown as he catches 2 on their cross out. Electronic's still there. Perfecto trying to make the Glock work long range, and he's done significant damage. Has to do the dance now, as it's just Perfecto. He's going to be finished off by one of the 4. Well, it started strong. Simple certainly did with the first opener into the site, but well handled. It was Stown and Shush combining as those A defenders.
They're going to have to call on Shush a lot over towards that A side. We know he's the anchor. We know that he plays an integral role as this heroic CT defense. Here's Stown just baited on in. Perfect. Look at this. Lovely shots. Gets it done. And Natus finishes things off onto Perfecto there. Interesting to see Na'Vi with this Mirage choice, and knowing they get nuke next, you wouldn't be too worried, and I think that works for both of these teams here today.
Yeah, Heroic's nuke was very scary. Last time we saw it against Estrada, 16, what, 4, 6? It was a stomp. Absolute battering. Well, seeing Na'Vi being reserved, obviously didn't get the bomb down. Perfecto treats himself to some Kevlar. I'm not sure how far that will get him. Obviously, should they find a weapon, that's going to be the target of Perfecto.
Really curious to see what Na'Vi we get here today. And we've been saying that for years now, but it really just is the case with this team. They need to consistently show the form of their quarterfinal victory for us to start considering these guys to really be a contender with these other 2 elite teams, right?
What we observed as well was, yes, Simple has to be having a normal game. We have to be seeing that typical Simple style of 1.2 rating or more. But outside of that, it was everyone else combining. You know, Electronic was looking so good on T-sides. Boomich was actually looking once again in that form when Na'Vi looked their most threatening. It's when Boomich is hanging with the big boys. Bit, of course, joining and finding much more consistency than the previous 5th ever could. Now, it is obviously just down to these pistols, and Heroic have managed to suss this one out to a degree. Oh, it's down. Perfect backup. Some Deagles connect, and if Refresh doesn't find it, which he has, things could have gone awry. Instead, it is only Simple, and only, perhaps not the prefix I should have used. He is closing the gap here. 2 clicks to the belly, 1 to the head, and he's been spotted out now. It does get distinctly more difficult, but still finds the headshots. The X-ray perfectly toggled just to help you understand how ridiculous the shots he can hit are. Heroic, though, do extend to 2-0, and, well, it was only Perfecto that invested. They were biding their time for the 3rd. They look to strike now with those AK-47s.
Yeah, so Perfecto will see him operating with a Deagle yet again here, but everybody will have the big guns, as it were. Heroic, after a couple casualties there, will need to reinvest, so they're going to walk into this one with the FAMAS and the MP9 as the only real emissions. But all in all, looking pretty good here. Boomich selling a bit of a fake over towards mid as the rest of his teammates now are setting up for an A piece. 2 out ramp and 2 out palace. They're just limping in for the fights here.
Yeah, let's see if Shush can do okay, because he's always on that ticket position. You'd think it's a predictable shot for the bullets of Simple. He does hit it. Smokes the con, starts his crawl towards taking that jungle side. With the smokes up, there's nothing that really Refresh can say about this, but Na'Vi aren't in a rush. Taking as much space as they can off the back of their smokes, and just as it fades, Electronic does manage to patrol to contain Connector.
Another smoke just landed as well, so this is looking perfect for Na'Vi here. Just need to be patient.
Already with a man advantage as well.
They know where Boomich is.
Yeah, but he's just keeping, like, by living, he's rotting that Glock. He confirms he's still dealing with 2 in middle. They're pushing it for him, and he's still taking headshots. Stown finally shuts him down. Galil, not that tempting of an offer, and the round is just slipping away through their fingertips. They'll maintain what they can. Would have loved to have denied some of the AKs, but it was just Boomich hanging out in top mid. His utility was a big component of that take towards A.
Oh, there you go. Perfecto even gets himself an M4 out of things here. So lovely stuff for Na'Vi, and it was just that shot onto the pillar of defense. Shush destroyed on the walkout. And Na'Vi, yesterday, the team that we saw in the server is the one that inspires hope for this team and hope that Simple can have a team behind him. This conversation, if you're a Counter-Strike fan for many years, you'll have heard it time and time again about what Na'Vi need to do, that it's just a one-man band, and oh, now it starts to look good, the team's together, the smiles are on the faces, and then out of nowhere, it all just falls apart again.
Yeah, I think T-side calling consistency, or at least having their T-sides feel consistent, which they did yesterday, over the course of all of the maps. We saw all 3 in their series versus Furia. Double digits even found in some of those maps on that T side, which is a huge change-up.
Interesting little look here from Heroic in the second gun round. They've actually lent 4 players over towards A. Shush, Refresh, they're tucked in towards the dark position. Cadian was supporting from Ticket and Stown was dealing with Connector, but now they're rotating back over to Tassus' position on that B bomb site. So very transitional here, Heroic on the CT side. Strong towards A early. Now the pivot will reinforce the B site, and the default spread from Na'Vi continues. Bit with Boomich, the big Bs, working their way down that mid area. And now that Bit's being posted on up, he's going to make a couple shots, let them know they do have full control.
Yeah, but this very early gamble, conceding so much control, but it does bode very well for Heroic here in the 4th.
The utility needs to be perfect out of Na'Vi on this execute. They've got the mollies, they've got the flashes, and there's 3 lying in wait. Tassus is pushing.
Yeah, as the flashes arrive. Tassus, what are you planning to do with that? Damage onto Boomich. He'd love a frag. It's more, but nothing lethal. Here comes Na'Vi. Refreshes boosted position, gets him nothing. Stown will have to drop the smoke just to survive. You said the util had to be good. Perfecto's into the site. Stown lives on. Time becoming a bit of an issue, but Perfecto's given him so much room with that frag. Refresh still on the bench. They're trying to pivot. Bit's made space on A.
Oh, he's got the rotation as well. Bit just can't go down here. Boomich can make it across to the site.
And Bit's got Cadian's rotate on lock. What a play from... Oh, Cadian actually catches him. Now the plant is not a guarantee. He has to tuck into default. And that frag alone has put them in good stead to find a third here. Boomich wants to deny it all. He's low, but it doesn't matter. Boomich comes up with the clutch. 3 HP and a dream. And that dream is realized. We have a 2-2. Heroic sent back to the Bronze Age.
Oh, I can't believe he just takes the fight like that. Finds the initial kill, sets himself up for a one-on-one, and just peeks straight into it.
Jesus, it looked so good for Heroic. They were handling everything Na'Vi through. Bit making space on A did lead to the plant. It was Boomich, though, that steps up to the plate. Look at this duel. He's just so ready to take it. Refresh caught off guard by the sheer aggression out of Boomich.
Happy with that one, isn't he? Good reason as well. Look at Heroic's finances here. Have to take a save.
Okay, well, they do leave the vent open. We'll have a nice audio cue should anyone be up for that kitchen flank.
There's 4 of them here, and Stown's going to flash from Ticket, but Na'Vi are already pushed up.
Well, here comes the USP massacre. It's open, it's shut, it's over. Wow. Courtesy of Heroic, they get us a quick one.
Don't often get those around these parts.
That's a gift for everyone involved.
All right, well, now we can get back into the gun rounds here. So AWP in the hands of Cadian, and, well, here's the massacre again, just from a different angle. Bish, bosh, and a bash, away we go. Easy as you like, no casualties for Na'Vi, and they're starting to sit pretty here. The clutch from Boomich into a clean sweep anti-eco. They have cash in reserve for another gun round. No kits for Heroic in this one. Fast towards mid again from Boomich. Utility affords him the cross towards the mid box, and more than happy to continue to swing and fight.
It's a powerful position once you set up. Anything that Bit tries to do towards that bench, he'll have a... Yeah, that's the angle I'm talking about. He'll have a great angle for it. They are a little light on A. Shush is given a lot of responsibility on the CT side of Heroic. Na'Vi, after spreading a lot through their default and dumping the majority of their smokes, they've got 2 left to play with. They gather back in mid.
Looks like it's going to be a connector walk-up or explode here. We've seen them park Bit up towards this window before for the late round flank. Another window smoke, and yeah, there it is, the boost. There's no rotation for these A defenders, Alex. Cadian and Tassus are so committed to B.
So he's kind of smoked his team off. It enables him to kind of execute through it, you'd imagine. 30 seconds. Obviously, it's a very lurky smoke. They could be on the stairs. Stown now has his crosshair in multiple facets. Here they come straight through. The flash doesn't catch him, and he catches at least 1 with the M4 spray. Simple, quick to equalize. Looking good from CT. This crossfire is broken by Perfecto. Simple tries to kick the door open. Slam shut by Refresh. Double from him. It's Bit to come up clutch. He's got a good shot at it. He's only got 9 seconds. He'd have to try and make space to triple. And that's held by Tassus. Right down to the wire there. I started to believe Bit might have had a bit more of a voice into that 1v2.
good rotations from Heroic there, right? Bottlenecking them in that connected position, allowing Tessus and Cadian to rotate over from Cat. Once the bomb gets dropped in that position, the amount of time left, and Na'Vi, well, they go searching.
This was great from Refresh. Just making sure that trade was there. The crossfire broken.
Immediate response here, so a bit more of a competitive affair than our first series of the day. Na'Vi will be back into these rifles. Boomich has 7.1 yet to buy, can purchase whatever he would like. And Heroic is sitting pretty as well.
You were telling me this isn't a head-to-head we see all too often as well.
No, I was having a look at it. I think the last time was EPL Season 12, which was October of last year. You know, and you think in modern Counter-Strike, with all the games we have going on every single day of the week.
Yeah, and bearing in mind Heroic are, you know, 2 players different by that point.
Yeah, you thought maybe, you know, they faced up. It's nice to see. I think this could be an explosive clash here today.
In a semi-final, no less, so certainly the stakes couldn't really be much higher. Gambit awaiting whoever is the victor in this one.
More than happy to give Boomich this top mid control. You can see Heroic, they're just playing off mid, more focused on the bomb sites. Shush up close towards A against down. So much for him to do. You can see he's just monitoring mid through connector. They can walk up underpass, they can boost towards window, try and slither up close towards that connector smoke, and he's the only one really overseeing business right now. Cadian from the ticket position can jump up to help, but currently trained towards apartments. You can see this setup from Heroic, how it can collapse on middle late.
Yeah, certainly if Shush was to take any of that ramp control or Palace, enables Cadian to support that connector fight. Good Molotov, that's forced Bit completely out of the line of fire. Cadian was there to pick him up if he did fall down.
Oh, just drops out of dodge there. 40 seconds remaining, bombs over towards B.
And that's where Refresh and Tassus have made themselves comfortable.
.25 now.
Yeah, clock's not the best friend of Na'Vi, and they are walking into a 2v2. Tassus has found an angle he's happy to work with. Bit crawling in from short as well. First contact found. Refresh with 1. Bomb's on the way. 12 seconds. Tassus survival integral. Can't seem to piece it together. Now the bomb will go down. As does Simple. Cadian can't contest initially. Confirms they haven't crossed the right side of sight. But Electronic, oh, good catch. He's got them both booked. Down's watching and finds it. The equalizing frag is given by that aggression out of Electronic. And now, if they just step a toe out of line, Cadian's there to punish. Aggression from Down, silence, and now Cadian's chances diminish. Perfecto winning the round by just standing still, by not succumbing to that awkward cross. And now, of course, as he looks away, they slink away.
Can't believe Na'Vi stole this one away so late. This is the normal Na'Vi where you'd see them kind of freeze up in these situations, but winning fights across the map, it stifled the rotation. Great trading onto the site. And they walk away with a big round, Na'Vi. Seal up 4, and Cadian saves that AWP. It's necessary save. Check out the finances for Heroic right now. Interesting to see if they decide to force behind this. But this is a good struggle right now. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing here, the back and forth nature early. Refreshing.
Season 12, that was a while ago. And Mirage and Inferno, no less, in the pool. See both of those. Inferno, a third map decider if we need it. I certainly wouldn't be complaining.
This map pool looks great for a banger of a series here.
Whew, well, they're charging in, and the AWP is in the right spot. Cadian is going to have to play very aggressive if he wants to find the impact necessary on that AWP, and they've heard it. He fires off a shot, Perfecto with another lurk smoke. They're playing it very different, knowing what the ZTs are up to and equipped with. Boomich.
They're pushing up mid. Boomich has already taken vent room. This might catch them off guard here. Bit and Perfecto running, very noisy.
Yeah, there's a world where they could catch them with an element of surprise. This info is everything for the CTs. And Boomich, he seems unaware and unprepared. Tessus with the double dink out of the USP, and now the AWP is in the right place.
They're locked in.
They're even flanking. There's a lot going on, going into this. Tessus using the AK already to draw fire, and attention, Cadian now with the AWP, and from behind they strike. It's an absolute catastrophe. Na'Vi ripped from the server. And USPs are saved orb. They leave with a round and a second for free.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, an early time as well for them to be conceding a round like that. Na'Vi, you know, when flustered in a third map, overtime maybe, but this one came out of nowhere.
I don't know what happened to Boomich there, right? He was up towards that vent room with like 1:35 on the clock, so really early mid control. And the mid push from Heroic, right? They had to be aware. You could see that they were glancing at that mid smoke as they were pushing up. That's practically a full eco victory. It was just the saved AWP. Insane scenes from Heroic to steal one back like that, but look, Na'Vi don't want to give up. They're going to force themselves. AK for Simple.
Here we go then, Chad. Strap in. It's starting.
They're going to run boost out mid, or is he just going to peek? It will be the run boost.
Gaden's peeking over. That will soften up the hero AK considerably.
Have the same mid space granted again here. You can see they're just able to walk on out. Heroic, they posture early and then they dip on back. Util now drops stalling out about 1:10 on the clock when that smoke dropped. It's just wild to see, you know, so little mid presence coming out here. Just all the focus on the extremities and then just dipping on back, occasionally glancing at mid, keeping an idea of what's open, what's closed. More utility and response here to deny towards connected. That one hasn't dropped exactly.
It's going to serve its purpose, I think.
They could boost over it, but still very risky.
Gosh, so much of time, resources and bodies invested into this mid control. They have maneuvered back towards that ramp side. Heroic using their utility very well to keep the time in their favor. However, if Shush isn't actively holding that ramp, yes, down, you can't stay there. As the molly is up, so does he. He spotted some, and he missed shot. He was ready for the swing. It's refreshed to keep them contained and keep them honest. Simple's AK would have to do it all now. And at 15 seconds, I'm not sure how. Oh, but he is taking Stound down now. Shush is tucked in on Dark. It's Perfecto's job, but he's found it as well. Spring into life, spring into action. The plant cannot be saved. Simple just doesn't have the time. Caught by Cadian. And Heroic do recover from that. Very threatening towards the end of that.
Yeah, all things considered, they got a lot out of that Na'Vi. A couple extra seconds on the clock. Maybe that bomb goes down, but Heroic, great job defending. We'll be able to rebuy here, and Na'Vi, it should be the eco for them. Hopefully, that eco round loss is not the start of the end for Na'Vi. That's the rounds of past Na'Vi that would tilt them off the face of the earth, losing to something which is considered basically the full eco with that saved AWP. Still early stages in this semi-final. 2 P250s, a Deagle for Simple, and 2 Glocks, Boomich and Bit. Not really going to have a lot to say in a round like this.
Good chance for Simple there, and he profits. Oh, lovely nade barrage. Makes short work of 2 members of Na'Vi. Perfecto's been hanging out in these apartments for a while. He's had a couple of pot shots. A recovered M4 puts Boomich into a power position where that low HP from Shush could have haunted him. Perfecto somehow has actually won that duel. And now,
oh my God,
dink onto refresh. Why is Perfecto so threatening? Shush has gone down. Not a response, not an eco win. Up against the eco win. Back to back, they're doing it. Perfecto's got another. Now, Cadian, what on earth are you supposed to do? The bomb's going B. Maybe the AUG, yeah. Could be the best weapon for the job. Perfecto playing it safe. I'm not sure if that's heard, yeah. That's not bad, but it won't stop the plant. Boomich gets away with it. And full HP as well. Bit of deja vu for Cadian. He's been in a retake situation like this. It didn't go swimmingly the first time. Drops out of smoke. Now let's see if that incites any movement to his benefit. Needs a reload, dude, and They let him have it. Spots Perfecto on the top of the bench and he'll finish the job. Perfecto is the hero for Na'Vi. He was just sitting there. They sent him to 2B apartments with a P250. He leaves with 3 frags in a round.
That was huge. That dinker as well. You could see that the pressure that put the B defense completely under. Shush was already low. Boomich had that M4 in the space. And this is how it all started. Simple with that Deagle kill. That dropped this M4 that Boomich picks on up, gets the kill onto Shush, rotates on over with that bomb. And Cadian stranded with the AWP. A retake looked unlikely from the get-go. And now Heroic are just back down to pistols, so let's see.
If they fought fire with fire, Chad, then, well, let's see if Heroic can return fire in any capacity here on the A setup. They're going for the 4-man lean. Could put an AK into enemy hands if Simple goes down, but he's not one to be caught out like that. Refresh is going to have to take some contact and quickly loses his head.
Can't get too far ahead of himself here, Simple. Lots of bodies around.
Yeah, he could get taken down. It's up to Bit to tidy up the mess. They've got Electronic as well in position for the Palace, so it's all nice and safe in the Na'Vi hood. 6th found.
I think that response from Na'Vi with their own eco victory, now they negate each other, those 2 rounds, right? You can just wipe our hands clean. It doesn't matter at this juncture that both teams have lost a full eco. Now it's just about these gun rounds and the double AWPs, preferential for Heroic once more. Stout, secondary, Cadian, primary, Shush, MP9. No defuse kit.
Just funny watching them stand still at T-Spawn as they're piecing this one together. Cadian, very aggressive for the mid-fight, and it does lead to success. Drops his smoke, expecting the punish, and Boomich walks straight into his domain. They're walking into Cadian's game here. 2 already. Electronic could be dry to test it. No flash available. Changing it up. Simple regroups with what remains of Na'Vi. Cadian has just completely thwarted the mid-hold. It is his responsibility, which is why you're seeing this hesitance between the 2. A big question mark about mid-control for the CTs, but it's not going to get any easier for them. They lose that connector smoke. It is almost more convincing at that stage. It pulls Cadian back into it. Simple's dropped a unique smoke. It's going to enable a bit of a walkout. Not if Refresh, though. Just smokes them off in response. Okay. Loudly. Needs Electronic can start to tighten the noose. Cadian's still paranoid about mid. This is going to go well for Na'Vi. They can still turn this around. 3v5 if they could just find 2 heads. There's the first, and there's the second. Perfecto opens up proceedings. Quickly silenced by Cadian's AWP. No fun for anyone here. Simple does molly him out and tags him in the process. It's Cadian's swing. A small window of opportunity. No one's in position to grab the second AWP. They got one anyway. 6-6. Heroic right back into the running.
Great stuff there from Cadian. Huge round. And this is the first time we've seen Heroic go more aggressive towards middle. The rest of the time, I think we were just seeing a bit more passive play. I was talking about Stout having that responsibility. He was just jiggling in. They were keeping connector smoked. But this time round, they take the fight to Na'Vi, and it pays off in a big way. Still tied on up here. And once again, we have a financial question. Do Na'Vi want to buy? They definitely can. They can drop some guns. They can make it work. But this is a tight-knit affair right here. Neither team really being able to establish too much of a bank, right? The longest spree of rounds we've had so far is Na'Vi with 3 on the trot.
Yeah, so maybe every game, if both teams just win 1 eco, we get a competitive financial situation.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. Just have to win 1 eco every half, guys. That's all you have to do.
We go full Call of Duty, just remove the economy. Simple could have an AWP every round.
The one perk I'll say is when I was casting Call of Duty, they always went for the clutch, Chad. You know,
okay.
I never got upset
There's
about
no saving.
that
None of that nonsense.
1v2 running away from the 2 HP. They always gave it a go.
It would definitely help the pace of our game at the moment.
Now, Cadian's posted up, but Perfecto's accounting for it, and it looks like, yeah, Bit could be vulnerable. Wow, great restraint from Refresh, and Cadian's aggression could be short-lived. He knows Boomich could slip the smoke. The lurk smoke's up. They know he's close. A lot for Cadian to do. A good aggressive flash. Boomich is gone, and Cadian, he's still making it work. Electronic could be his next victim. Walked into the sandwich. Good supportive flash, but still pulls the trigger on the peak. Shush keeps him honest. And now Simple dealt a 1 versus 3. Bomb on his back. And 3 members of the Danish squad to find. He is going to probably want to walk out on that smoke, and it catches a glimpse and a tag onto Tessus. It's Shush to finish. And Heroic, they have weathered the Na'Vi storm. It wasn't a perfect buy before. It certainly won't be this time. They're looking to close out this CT half of Na'Vi's pick with a distinct lead.
Yeah, plant would have been great there for Na'Vi. Could have given them a little bit more in the bank balance to go for a partial here, but things aren't looking great. The last few rounds, Cadian has stepped up massively. They've just been walking into the pointy end of his AWP, and all he's had to do is press one button, and away he goes. And here we go. We'll just be this economical debacle for Na'Vi again. We've already seen them win a round like this. Let's see if they can go for number 2. Focus in here. As if history's anything to go off, they'll take this quite slow, very safe. The jiggle towards mid, Stown takes a pot shot, and it's a 3-man aggressive mid setup. A nade onto the toes of Perfecto and Simple, and they're already bleeding internally, but Natus is down, and so's Stown.
No, it's happening again. Cadian, damage control mode. He knows they can cross, and they have.
That's the bomb.
Yeah, Simple's going to have a lot of power in his position. He just can't afford to go down to the AWP. He knows it's short. He wants to set up a smoke. Oh, the chance from Electronic forces Cadian into a defensive stance. That bomb is on B. This retake is going to be a brutal one if they could just find this lurk. That's what Shush was patrolling for. They know Electronic is behind enemy lines, and he's holding them up. Just by existing, he's winning them the round. That was it. And it is it.
Oh, you can even hear the run away, so they can call the chase. They can start looking for this Na'Vi.
Dude, how have they done it twice? This is I mean, Perfecto gets all the credit. Gold stars on his chart. Electronic's even going to get away with an M4 upgrade.
They may as well chase. Remove these rifles. There's not a lot of money right here for Heroic. This is an eco. You're going to have money next round, Na'Vi. Get snuck in.
It could get worse. It looks like Refresh has kept the Cadian AWP in play. And Shush is safe towards CT. But Na'Vi have done it again, Chad. I mean, Perfecto, Desert Eagle master. He beat Tessus with a P250. Now he's beaten him with a Deagle.
It was a jump as well, I thought.
This is the shot everyone thinks they're going to hit.
Jesus.
Oh, God damn. And that is it. Just the first domino to fall.
That's crazy. That is an insane shot to hit, because that jump peak, you see everybody doing it. You see everybody doing it, right? And it's gotten safer and safer over time. Once upon a time, it would just jump up and down in the same spot.
Yeah, back in the day, you just use a scout and shoot when you jump. But Heroic undeterred, they want to leave this half with a victory. Bit is not surely going to be anticipating an AWP posted up on the tight line. No, baits it nicely. There's 2 to find. Refresh and Stown have found first blood. Now retreat is their next objective. Tess is
still brave, isn't he? Doing it again.
And it's up against the potential AWP here. Now he's in a lot of trouble. Drops the smoke to isolate the cross. Good find onto Electronic, and that's bomb spotted as well. Perfecto loudly descends. The rotate's on its way. Heroic have to fight for this one. They will fight for this one. A 2-man advantage. Quickly made just one. And they're losing a lot of health now to that spray. Perfecto cannot plant with Tessus on that site. They have space, but the Heroic boys are going to fight for this. They're going to contend close quarters, and it's working well. Even trades. Perfecto with more to be done, and Boomich takes ahead as well. 2-on-2. Will things slow down for just a second? A fake plant trying to draw more confirmation as to where that rotate's coming from. And they're walking into Boomich here. Perfect angle for it. Oh. Looking away, though. Boomich has to spring to action for the clutch, and they're both there. Good find. Heroic will leave with a slight lead. 8-7. The score reads at the half. It's Na'Vi's pick. It's time to see how the Heroic T side, the Fakey boys, are coming.
Tæt. DreamHack er der. Ja, jeg tæller.
Ja, jeg dækkerne. Få dækkerne.
Han er ude, han er ude.
Ja!
Sæt nogle skud, Rasmus. Sæt nogle skud, gutter. Vi gør det her.
Дима. Найс! Красава! Слушайте, Элик и...
Løber mod venstre, eller hvad?
Nice, mand. Sindssygt.
Sygt kræfte. Nice, mate.
Følg en. En mere. En mere. 2 mere.
Begge.
Nedside. Hotspot. Ja! Sygt!
Hey, gå her.
Fuck, hvor er I sygt.
Jeg har Vincere bare sådan noget.
Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Late at night, I feel you on my skin, you're all that's on my mind, it's finally sinking in, you're it, I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out, cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. Way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity.
Stød. Lige på død. Jeg ved ikke, hvad sidste.
Bæk! God tid.
Nice!
Så er det Rasmus, mate. God runde, mand.
We're back in business, and it's delivering in every way we wished it would. Heroic Na'Vi could not be separated. Everyone's winning ecos, clutches. Perfecto has the same amount of frags as Simple, and you are here in exactly the right place for your evening's entertainment. On Machine, I'm joined by Chad Sponge Birchall. He's smart, I'm not. This is the second half of Mirage. It's Na'Vi's pick, and I'm hyped to see what the Fakey boys are going to do, but also, as Chad was just saying to me before we went live, the fights are going to come to Na'Vi now, and they are to be tested with a lot in middle. They're just throwing bodies down towards that connector position. They've all gone for Kevlar. There's nothing fancy about this. It's just about the bounce. Look at the KZ. Tessa's quick up to the window, shush onto another. And I think at this moment in time, it's uncertain as to what Stan will find. He's the one that's patrolling into B. If he finds space, they might wibble that bomb all the way around into the B site. Stan going to be clearing 1,000 corners at once. And he'll confirm it. So if Tessa stays where he is, he'll at least be able to communicate any loud rotators. Oh, survival is integral for Tessus here. If they want to win this round, he can't go down without a headshot. And there it is, USP upgrade, as well as he keeps them busy, turning his body away to keep that hitbox minimal.
That's so cheeky and so brave.
But instead of sticking around, now they have to hunt him down, and Heroic just sealing the round. It's going to be very difficult for Perfecto. Admittedly, he has been brilliant. He does have a kit. There's nothing to suggest they can't and shouldn't go for this, but really unfavorable situation for the two of them. Walking into the Lion's Den. Stan would have to miss his first shot, and that does not happen often. Just like that, Perfecto has the win taken from him. And my goodness, Heroic looking very good.
Well, that right there is the perfect summary of what Heroic do best. They cause chaos, it creates gaps, and somehow, every time, they seem to find it. It's wild to see. They just, it's like, I've used this reference a lot, but it's like water, it's the path of least resistance. When they have that individual, he's just able to worm his way into a power position. And that's a huge pistol for Heroic to pick up here.
Now, Na'Vi are one of my favorite teams to watch in this second round. There are so many individuals that can and will win you around. Let's see if Heroic can do some error avoidance here. They've put themselves almost in the same call. Chaos in middle, 4 of them.
Very quick about it as well. Window smoke, connector smoke, mollied off, pushing up. It's just a B split. This is quick.
Perfecto's alone.
Oh, I hope he doesn't jiggle here, get the shock of a life.
Hello? Oh dear, Perfecto's happening. He's already got 1. He's nearly killed 2 more. Stown and Shush bleeding out. They're going to have to drop their util just to get the bomb across. I think Perfecto's done enough to make a real round out of this. Cadian does have a freebie handed to him, but Electronic's quick to respond. And yeah, it's game time now, folks. Electronic even landed the strafe, I think.
Perfecto had a kit on his body, right? No, wait, he went down.
Simple. Caught in the smoke. It's a big find from Stown. Electronic is quick to this. Loudly, though. Oh, and that AK retrieval's just a bit of a kerfuffle. Corners to clear. Nice find. Another one from Bit. And it's very damaging. Electronic hasn't got a setup for it. Crosshair not quite there. It's Stown and Refresh who do weather the storm just about, though.
Wild stuff, and the trading there was great, right? They're putting their bodies on the line, knowing they're close to that Deagle. We've heard about it enough. The 2 bullets to the belly, that's such a dangerous peak, and they get away with it. Perfecto doing a lot here.
I mean, hindsight is 2020. If one of those extra peaks actually resulted in a kill, after Electronic finding this, it really was game on. Stown, very low HP, could certainly have gone down in that exchange, so needed to find that headshot. And Copenhagen gets a little louder as Heroic can take a sigh of relief. They're doing it again, Chad.
Yeah, and I love the approach, right? It's so team heavy, right? they're just taking space together to trade off of one another, and this is the right approach. You don't want to give up too many kills to the pistols, allow them to pick up the AK.
Just a death ball.
Big gap in this.
And B's open for business. Lovely jubbly.
It's the same thing, right? So let's see if they go for the punishment once we get into the gun rounds.
Hello? $600 for Cadian. And only a MAC-10 to be retrieved. It is the perfect outcome for Heroic. Of course, it's not over yet. Na'Vi are going to try and find a little bit more damage on the way out. And it looks like Refresh isn't looking at Bit. Fortunately, that wasn't an insta-dink out of the P250. Bit of a meal out of his opportunity there for a weapon retrieval. It was obviously unlikely given Stown's readiness to trade.
We need a bit more out of Electronic here, right? I was taking a look at the scores on the doors after the first half. Now, when you're on the T side, and the fights are a bit harder, right? But on the CT side, not like it gets easier, but you're tasked in a position to get one or die, right? Or to get a multi-kill, or to lock down an area of the map. Electronic had a rough first half, but he can redeem himself here in the second. He's had 1 kill so far. If he's able to come alive here, like the Electronic we saw on the T side of Inferno yesterday to get them to this point, some massive entries, taking space, making plays. He seems to be the missing link right here so far for Na'Vi in map number 1. You look at the scores on the doors for that of Heroic, it's much more of an even spread. You've got Cadian at the top with 17 and then Tessa's at the bottom with 11, but over for Na'Vi, it's 17 for Simple, 17 for Perfecto, and then everybody else seems to be dropping off a bit of a cliff.
Change up from Heroic then into Na'Vi's first buy. They went for the Augs. Weapon of choice for Simple and Electronic. Boomage is tucked in close, and he doesn't quite find the initial headshot. Neither does Electronic. Refresh has just gone and taken the site all on his own lonesome. Yep, there you have it. That was a 12-second round. Call it quits. They're getting out of there.
0 to 100 right there. Great stuff, great shooting. Not much more you can really say about that, but the question is, do Heroic want to start to hunt and try and take away a couple of these guns? We always talk about this, about establishing your economy, having to worry about their economy and where it's at. Well, there's enough money for Heroic right now to go for another buy in the next with what's residual. So they can throw a few bodies at this. Coming in through kitchen.
It's great to see the contrast as well between, you know, we just watched Na'Vi's T side and it was a serviceable, professional, 8-7. It's just interesting to see the direct comparison now to what Heroic have been laying down so far.
Yeah, it's like one of the things that I think is quite key here is how teams use anti-ecos or anti-force buy situations, because even though, right, they were going through mid and they were pack rolling, right, even though it was just against the upgraded pistols, you still need to keep that in the back of your mind that that is a tactic they have used, right, that they were quite heavy on mid in the first couple of rounds. And then we get into the first gun round, and it's just an explosion. See how they're ahead of the utility as well? That type of play right there is how you can catch individuals off guard, because when they see the nades sailing through the sky, some people play like a smoke molly defense. They'll drop out their own utility to deal with it. If you're ahead of it in a fashion like that, you catch them almost pants down.
Yo, Stown's ahead. He actually wants to dip his toe in. He found a lovely little haven before the spread. Quick denial of that mid-cross info. Bit won't be activated on short.
Oh, Electronic didn't catch him, did he?
Yeah, no. Tessa's already taken down the short player. That was the bomb spotted in middle, but Cadian, he'll hear that. He's hearing all of that. And Heroic back towards A with Cadian parked in the window. He's going to be the linchpin to a lot of this. Like, Their rotation from B, completely caught off. Their rotation through window and jungle, nullified. They just have to worry about CT and close sight. And their Dreams only getting better now that they're smoked off with still 60 seconds to go. There's no rush. For the Danes.
It's a bit more of a retake setup now. Boomich is outside. Oh!
Things change. Things change in a big way. Perfecto finding the Cadian lurk. Now, what do you do? Your Cadian leader gone. Here comes the commit and the Org, the perfect weapon for the job. Simple, with ease, dispatches of Shush. In 30 seconds, this commitment is coming in. Boomich is the next man for contact. .25. Triple plant to be denied by that short player. Perfecto's just biding his time. Now is his chance. Oh, and they've let the bomb go down. And Refresh with a frag from that Palace position. Perfecto with more impact for Na'Vi. This can go either way. Refresh is down, delivering, laying down the rounds. They're both half health. Simple finishes off one, and Refresh has got to win this duel, and he has! Now Simple hunting him in a big way. There is a kit in play. They're not the perfect plant. Simple's going for the full 5 seconds, and Refresh tries to call his bluff. Can't blame him for trying. Simple steals it away. Refresh, a valiant attempt. The worst place to be playing that 1v1 from.
Boy, oh boy, yeah, it did get a little bit rough for him there, didn't it? That whole situation, he made the right call, having to fight to isolate it to a one-on-one situation, and then it comes down to a coin toss. If you're Simple in that situation and you stick the defuse and he comes out and kills you in the back, you're like, oh. But if he doesn't, you win it, it looks easy. It doesn't get easy from here, because Na'Vi, they scrape through a round, but they only scrape together just to buy, and you can see this, doubting the full commit.
Ooh.
Did he see the toes?
I'm not sure if he did. That's a lot of nade damage, though. And they finish it off as well. Wow, Boomich and Electronic have just exclusively with their nades found a frag. That's a big response from Stown, and it does put a bit of a frown onto the face of Perfecto. Electronic would have loved to have done a bit more there.
MP9.
Yeah, but the smoke is actually favorable for him. If he catches them just as they start to look around, big find, a second on the cards. Shush is low. It was Stown that goes down. Shush down to 50. He's already pushed up across. Ooh.
I have an idea. They know. Of course they know. Look at that. 9 now for Na'Vi. Oof. I love the explosive nature to the start of these rounds, right? There's so much biffing going on everywhere. Just happy to walk out while there's misdirection elsewhere across the map. Minute 40. He's just power walked this. Just power walked into an opening kill.
That started so strong for Heroic. You can see how it finishes. Simple and Electronic with a pair of frags. And Electronic with 2. Obviously, he's been quiet so far. I'm sure he's going to be activated now as they've strung together 2 consecutive defensive rounds. It looks like that AWP is postured for a good find, a good chance. Bit gets away with his life.
He's gone fishing there, Cadian, seeing if he could find them an opening. Now he's going to rotate back around with that AWP, reposition and take a pick elsewhere. Simple is over towards that window room. He's floating around right now. Lots of footsteps from Boomich here. Not making any disguise of his footsteps. And well, they're actually heading back towards A with the bomb here.
It should have an advantage onto that Stown advance. But Stown is hyper aware of the flight path he has to take, and he does just pop up. Whack-a-mole.
That was beautiful.
Very diligent clear. Through the apartments is the objective. They cannot find the trade, but that's Refresh with the bomb. Stown does relieve the pressure of the stairs angle, but Simple just keeps finding more and more opportunities to make that AWP work.
Bomb's dropped up there.
Oh, it is. And how are you supposed to retrieve it? He's pre-aiming that one mantle up. And Shush smokes it, tries desperately to retrieve this bomb. A spray to suppress the AWP's peak, 20 seconds. He's actually accomplished an awful lot there.
B?
You can't with 19 seconds. You just haven't got the time. Oh, but Cadian does catch them as they go looking. 10 seconds, lads. 10 seconds. He could go down, and he has. Simple's alone, and they get the frag. This is some mad Counter-Strike. What? Was that the cut noise at 19 that fooled Na'Vi into a bit of an aggress?
I don't even, like, you were right with the time there. I don't know how much they would have had if Shush had ran the whole way anyway with the bomb back. Like, Na'Vi scrambled into the site here.
Beautiful start from Down, but it did look like it was Na'Vi's round when Simple started to hit these shots. The bomb was loose. I mean, credit to Shush, right? I think that was his own smoke that he threw out as well, just for the retrieval.
But the thing is here, like, Na'Vi weren't committed to the site.
Oh, God.
They committed late. Was it like a desperate attempt here just to deny the plant? Either way, Heroic have just completely bankrupted them here with
Stown had 4 at the end
situation.
of that. If you're confused, I'm sure so are Na'Vi.
Yeah, whoa, look how top-heavy that is now. There's not the 2 men we usually see here. It's normally Simple and Electronic with that. Perfecto is having a great game. He's having a fantastic performance here today, but this is the same story. They need somebody else to chime on in. It's just a different name. Exactly, it has to be the 3rd star.
How many times has Na'Vi 3rd star in a conversation?
Oh, dear, okay.
It's not the end of the road. Refresh has whipped out the 50-bullet Wonder. He's about to fill the feed with it, or at least attempt to. Bit takes it out of his hands for free. Good shots. In fact, 2 CT frags in the feed. Simple is happening. Electronic through the smoke as well. Na'Vi with a nonsense round straight out of the gate. They ain't done yet. He can't even see where he's getting shot from. I need to piece my brain back together because it's happened again.
That's their 3rd, all right? So before it was 1-1, then they got their 2nd in the first half. Now they've got away with another. So Na'Vi, you got the Boomich clutch that was in play as well. They've had a few of these. But this is a lifeline. This is more than a lifeline. A round like this, assuming they...
No, I'm just saying, it's not a knife. But... buying a P90 against Simple? And no. He's seen it. He's seen it now. He's holding it. He's giving him the pep talk.
He's thinking about it.
He's just letting them know. These boys think they've got this in the bag. We've just taken everything away from them with an eco victory. Deagles working wonders. 3 AKs for free. It does not get better than this for Na'Vi.
If that P90 magically turns into an AWP for Simple...
Oh, it could. It really could. He's looking ever threatening, and there it is, an idle AWP. Simple would rush over there, but it's not to be. Okay.
Let's see who's going to use the P90. Maybe Boomich. Not too bad. He plays up close and personal towards that A ramp. It's actually Perfecto. Can wheel that over towards the B bomb site. Jack of all trades, Mr. Perfecto.
Sure. I mean, it's almost every time we start to think we understand how this game's going to play out, one of those happens. Now, Heroic, it's not pretty, but it is functional.
Very important rounds here.
Electronic taking some liberties up middle here. I'm wondering if Cadian's even ready. He's actually got his knife out at this point. The nade will get him back onto his high alert. Electronic has an advantage. A big one over the smoke. It's faded now, but that's just as he pulls back. Down meets his M4. 3 rifles in play for Heroic as they look to turn the tables once again.
Oh, perfect timing on that.
Yeah, even hitting them. Simple keeps that mid control very, very honest. Jumps for the info, can re-peek into this from a lower elevation. Their legs are through. Cadian swings out, and he does manage to just about tuck into the jungle position.
Oh, gets away as well.
How on earth?
I think they may have just scared Tessus there for a second.
Still no sign of how this is going to finish successfully.
Has to be a B, surely. There's 1900 as the loss bonus for the next round. Maybe they're even considering holding on to these AKs.
Yeah, that does almost sound better than the alternative, other than a round win. Perfecto's P90 comes alive, nearly 2 out of the back of that, but the site is now open for business. Boomich, if you could deny that plan, it would be everything. Refresh is bodyguarded successfully, pushing in now, though, and confirms Boomich is across. Tessus makes it work, and so does Refresh. Heroic are turning it completely on its head. We thought an impossible round win. Cadian the Immortal actually going to punish Simple here on the walk back.
There's no way that just happened
they
again.
just keep trading blows, Chad.
How has that one happened again? Like, what on earth is going on? It's not like it's even sloppy situations there. Like, Perfecto swings out, he gets the kill he has to.
Yeah?
He does the job that he's needed for here. This is the next kill. This is the problem. Bit going down to Refresh on that Cat Pincer, and Refresh continuing to show his star potential there. Cadian, after surviving, that's what he was doing, surviving, he gets the final kill of the round here. And again, Na'Vi back down to one of these odd situations. Double orbs.
Oh no, and Simple's missed his shot. His opportunities do not come
Oh, he's pinned on in.
frequently. He is locked in, and they are not going to let him get away.
No one can bail him out. No one can help him.
Well, maybe Perfecto can give it a go. Loudly on short. They can't mantle up and drop into Simple, who's just going to be very erratic with his mouse for a while. It's Perfecto who this time delivers. An equalizer unlike anything. Stout just doesn't check his corners, and Chad, they're trading blows again.
This is wild.
Na'Vi responding kind. Simple getting away with no HP. Now he's at least going to be met by Cadian, who bides his time for that safe shot. What can you say about this one? 50 seconds for them to piece it back together again. Perfecto's double still echoing in the heroic comms after what looked to be their opportunity.
They're trying to deny the second AWP here, which if Shush throws that away, they will be successful in doing so.
Maybe they just saved this time.
Yeah, they're not looking for this one, right? The bomb is way too far away, and you bang on with that Perfecto double kill. That was all they needed, and I think that's the key here, is it is the multi-kills. It doesn't really seem like the weapons matter too much, right? Like, we've seen them with Deagles, with CZ, with everything. It doesn't matter for either team at this point. Weapons will be scooped on up.
Yeah, after this one concludes, if we can summon that round recap, it will catch everyone up to speed with exactly what Chad is talking about. Yeah, not the weapons, much more just about the macro of Counter-Strike. Their money sucks, but they did save those AWPs.
Yeah, but double AWPs on the T side, right? That's not even a great place to be right here. I guess I'll just go back to the point. The weapons don't seem to matter, so we'll have to wait and see how they position themselves. Boomich was able to drop his AWP back towards Simple. 25 kills for Simple now. Here we go again. Where this one ends, it's anyone's guess right now. Flashes towards mid. Tass picking on in. No aggression towards Connector. Boomich is under the balcony. Simple over towards Ticket. Well, that smoke's going to deny Cadian's pick. We'll have to wait this one out for 20 seconds or go for a jaunt elsewhere. This is a real chess match. The back and forth affair.
Anything can tip the scales in either's favor here. It could be Cadian's AWP fight. He is already scoped up, and no potential AWP support from that jungle line, so it is just Boomich versus Cadian. If that is the point of contact, it all remains to be seen. Down lurking B. His scoping's been heard, and so much so, Electronic's even pushing for a flank. So if the timing works out right now, it's a 4v2 on A.
Perfect smoke from Simple.
Electronics actually opting for a flank A. Boomich dips out. They need to put pressure onto Boomich somehow, because now the frags are coming in for Heroic. It's not the multi-bit, however, catching one. So now the A side's theirs, but Electronic is on the fastest of flanks. I'm not sure they're going to be anticipating it this quick. Bit's objective is to not only survive, but draw attention his way. Cadian's even considering the CT flank in all of this, so what does Electronic get done? Refresh tucked in default. Their afterplant positions look pretty damn good, to be honest.
This is tight.
Oh, and just as he jumps up, Shush has the advantage. And it is all Shush, 4 in total here on the T side, using that M4 to great success. And it puts a lot, 4 map points into the heroic side of the court.
Yeah, it feels like this one should be done. Na'Vi need another miracle round to stay in this. And we could list them off for both of these teams of how, oh, that is so good. Just continuing the spray transfer through the box. Oh, just, and how, you're right, the post-plant situation, look how tight they're playing.
Yeah.
Like they didn't take any risks.
Well, Electronic's flank is great, but the angle he's holding is even better. That's just as you're mantling up Tetris, when you're inaccurate, when you're surprised by that info and your crosshairs elsewhere. Yeah, really difficult to break through. I've seen Na'Vi do it so many times, I'm not even going to be surprised at this point if we do see a first blood come from a simple Deagle. This time, Stown very quick to dispatch of the start.
Just sit and watch now, minute 30 on the clock. How excruciating are Heroic going to make this? Bumich might be next up.
Oh, damn, Tessa's okay.
Precise. 3v5 now.
Yeah, should just peter on out.
Writing's on the wall for this one. Look at this. Just walking in towards the B site. Perfecto's been good. Oh, he's dead now from B, surely. Drawn towards mid, left a massive gap on the B site. They're posted in his position. Tessus could even finish it himself.
Well, he's kept him so busy. It's just exactly what the doctor ordered. The bomb's going to arrive before they're a threat on short. Lackadaisical. Boosting up that AK is a good chance for at least a single frag, but Refresh is watching it and they are ready to go. Heroic, just 2 frags separating them from taking Na'Vi's pick away. It has been one hell of a game. It's the T side where they pull away though. You know, 8-7 on the half. This is going to be ending 8-4.
They have to go for this, boys. Come on, it's the last round here.
Give her it all she's got, Captain. Both from short, all eyes on you, just delaying the inevitable, and there you have it, Heroic. 1-0 up in the semi-final, looking very competitive. Both squads doing the ridiculous throughout our first map, and we'll be breaking down Mirage before we get ready to lock and load for our second. Do stay tuned.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel. Because as soon as the question is asked during the stream, the clock starts ticking. You will have 60 seconds to type your answer in the chat using this format. And keep in mind, speed is important at DHL. So the faster you answer correctly, the more points you get. Keep track of how well you are performing on the leaderboard. Will you manage to make it to the top and win one of these amazing prizes?
Nej! God runde. Præcis pingpong CS. Sådan, mand. Gutter, hvor spist det.
Если я не ошибаюсь.
Да. Ай, слушай, блядь, Илья, Денис, Саша, хорош.
Хороший, Люка. Жестко живешь.
Nej! God runde. Præcis pingpong CS. Sådan, mand. Gutter, hvor spist det. Sådan, mand. Gutter, hvor spist det.
4 first half where we had no idea the direction the map was going to go. Heroic picked things up in their super fast-paced T side. That was absolutely electrifying from both teams. And luckily, we have 2 fantastic analysts to talk us through it in just one moment. But before then, it is DHL drop time. So get ready in Twitch chat. Right, exclamation mark, DHL drop, underscore, not even an underscore, just a space. And then you can write A, B, or C, the answer to this question. Who won the first DreamHack Masters? Was it A, Fnatic, B, Astralis, C, Natus Vincere, aka Na'Vi, or D, Ninjas in Pyjamas? So just take the corresponding letter of the answer, put it after exclamation mark, DHL drop space letter. Hopefully that is simple enough. But what is not going to be easy is talking about this match, because this was wild. I don't even know where we should start. Do we start with the crazy amount of ecos that were won on both sides, but particularly Na'Vi, Maniac?
I think there is a lot to digest from that game. It left me scratching my head, honestly, because the amount of swing rounds on both sides was tremendous. And every 2 minutes, I'd say, oh my God, that is it. Heroic's now going to win that game. And then, oh no, hold on a second. Na'Vi is going to win it now with that eco round. And it just went back and forth and back and forth. And the fact that Na'Vi, in spite of winning all of these pistol and eco rounds you're mentioning, still not able to put more than 11 rounds, I'm not going to lie, it stresses me a little bit for Na'Vi.
But we did see some promise on those T-sides, Yanko, because I know that you were pretty impressed with the way that they changed things up as opposed to what we saw against Furia.
Yeah, early on, you look at the first gun round, for example, same mid smokes, they throw them, and what they did against Furia was they were sending Boomich and Bit fast down connector to try to put pressure to do a fast A split. Now they use the same nades, they put Boomich by himself to go behind the boxes, and instead of that they explode onto the A side. Out of ramp, really, you'll see Simple getting the entry kill on Shush, and after this, Na'Vi takes the whole bomb site, right? And Heroic players are so focused here on mid after that first kill happens that they're expecting someone to lurk, right? They have that agreement in place. Okay, if they do this, let's kill the lurker. But Boomich is just hiding behind the boxes, probably expecting it. This is probably how they decided to prepare, and it takes Heroic a long time. Look, all 4 players are there. It takes them a long time to get rid of him, and now we can take all the positions they want in the A bomb site and win that all-important first gun round.
So the rounds that Na'Vi were winning against the odds, these miracle rounds, was that a case of Heroic making mistakes?
Honestly, I think mistakes were made on both ends in that game, and that is why we ended up with such a messy type of round, right? In itself, Na'Vi and Perfecto, the man that opens up that situation right here, Perfecto in himself unlocked a lot of these pistol rounds. Here he's dealing with the P250, allows Boomich to punish that rotation, then he picks up the M4, and now it's all onto Cadian and try and clutch this. He's gonna get found through the smoke. That was Perfecto opening up the ceremony for Na'Vi, because he's done it a couple of times again. This one is one of the most satisfying one-shot with a deagle you can find. Then Pit strikes with the P250. Cadian's gonna try and do his best to, I wanna say, control the situation, but it's not enough. Na'Vi's gonna take the B bomb site, and without the 7th round as well. The problem is, I mean, we have another one. Yeah, right, we have another one. That's how crazy it actually is. We have here the P90. I don't even want to mention the fact that we have a P90. That actually triggers me.
But it got a kill with it in the next round. Shush.
Yeah, no, we should not. Let's not advertise it out there. By the way, Simple finding 2 kills. That is absolutely gross. My point is that when Na'Vi wins all these rounds and still not able to more than 11, that means that Heroic were ahead, right? And I believe we have to talk about the second half as a whole, because the T side, as Yanko pointed out, not too bad for Na'Vi. But the problem is, on their defense, they actually could not hold Heroic. The amount of time that Heroic just played contact base on the A side, Boomich and Electronic, both of them having a really complicated time trying to handle all that pressure, and they just couldn't keep up with it.
It's been a complicated time for pretty much all of DreamHack Masters Spring. We did see some promise from him in the series yesterday, but not across every single map. Where's he gone, Yanko? Where's he gone?
Yeah, this one is a bit concerning because, you know, it's fine if Electronic doesn't play lights out right there next to Simple, but you don't want to see him underperform as he did here today. He is a crucial player for Na'Vi, and despite Perfecto putting up big numbers, it wasn't enough for them. Just individually, the firepower was lacking a bit, as Maniac pointed out. When they play, when a Heroic plays that brute force style contact plays, like, you have to be able to match that.
Well, let's talk about Cadian. Because how can we not? If you talk about Cadian, you get to see frags from Cadian, and there's always plenty of those to enjoy in the server. He's almost like the opposite to Art in a way, even though both of them are AWPing in-game leaders who like to get messy. Cadian's often the clutcher for this team, and that's not to say he doesn't put up numbers. He's not a support player, Maniac.
No, he's a closer in the sense that he's gonna take into account all the information in the round, make a good decision, and strike when it matters the most. He had a couple of rounds on the CT side where he basically won on his own. He had that round on the A side. That's this perfect round production. You're on point. He's got that 4K. He's taking things into his own hands, right? He's pushing into middle, ready for the perfect timing, finds him through the smoke, and he's not done yet. Punishes, I believe, Electronic coming out of apps, and he's gonna add another one at the end onto Simple. That round was all Cadian alone. And that in itself is huge, because not only is he obviously the maestro as an IGL of that team, but if he can just offer a round to his teammates from time to time with the AWP, that is huge. And he's been doing it time and time again, and he didn't have an answer. I mean, Simple did the best he could, but Cadian with the AWP on that CT side, huge.
Well, we're going to Nuke next, and I didn't mention it earlier, but the map where Electronic did actually show some promise, show some flashes of his old brilliance, was Nuke yesterday against Furia. Could this be a close one rather than just miracle rounds from Na'Vi?
Look, I just want to say about Electronic, it's okay to have a downtime and to miss an event. What concerns me is that when I see him play, I feel like he's out of confidence. And I'm just extrapolating from like his decisions and when he decides to fight or not. There is a round in that Mirage when he's lurking from behind on the A ramp and he jumps on the box instead of he's got the perfect timing to strike. And you can see he's second guessing himself. And that to me is a little bit scary. I haven't seen Electronic in a phase like that for a while, which again can happen to anyone. We move on to Nuke. You said he had flashes of brilliance last time. Let's hope that the Navi's game style can just put him in the mix and activate him, because he was shaky on that Mirage.
Well, we do need to take a break, but before then, the DHL drop answer. This was an easy one, I think. So hopefully you thought so too, because the question was, who won the first DreamHack Masters? If you're watching the show on Thursday, the pre-show, we revealed the answer for this one. It is, of course, D. DreamHack Masters Malmo 2016. It was the Ninjas in pajamas. Let's take a look back at that epic moment.
Well, Forest, a bit of a grenade to buy some time. They need that one good entry to fake it into overtime. Forest hoping up on one. There's Guardian going down. He's hiding in the corner. They do have another backup, two of them again backing up behind it. That's Forest with another one. Flamey with an important refrag, but Get Right is there. Zeus and Edward are left, and they're simply out of time. 30 seconds here. NIP, what a story it's been already. Get Right, and here it comes. NIP, your DreamHack Masters champions.
And there'll be more memories to be made after the break when we head to Nuke. Don't miss it.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always, always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Hey framtida proffs! Swedish Rush here, and I'm on Ancient. Train is gone. Well, not gone, you can still pretty much play it everywhere. But Ancient is taking its place in the active map pool. Normally, I try to show you nades that pros throw, but you're gonna have to settle with some nades that my friends and I discovered while playing the map before the update. Today, I'll show you a CT aggressive play to take back lane on the B side. We call this strat Polly Wants a Cracker, and will require 3 future pros or some past pros if you know any. Past pro number 1. You'll be pushing B ramp with an incendiary, a flash, and a HE. Get to B long as fast as you can and dump all your nades, starting with your molly off the wall deep towards the B door, and then just play behind your molly. Pass pro number 2. You'll be rushing the B bedroom and throwing a molly. throw your molly, just bang it off this white scaffolding section. Then you can peek out and also check mid if you don't see any Ts. Finally, Future Pro number 3, the best. You'll be throwing a pretty nifty B-door smoke. Also, you will be throwing your incendiary for, as my team calls this area, Polly's Pocket. Hence the name of the strat, Polly Wants a Cracker. To throw your smoke, stand next to this pillar, aim at this section of the big brick, and jump throw the smoke. Then aim in line with the top of this scaffolding and running through your incendiary. Also, do a better job at spamming than I did. That's about it. Ancient is going to be all about CT control, so get a head start with these nades from your good friend Swedish Rush. Adio. Or is it ayo? Any Swedes?
Is that chickens? Nice feathers. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The sound of the chicken. The chicken. Gallus domesticus.
All right, let's get this party started, ladies and gentlemen. Map 2, and it's pistols. We're into Nuke, and already we're going to be seeing Simple's USP tested on that yard. Heroic and Na'Vi clashing, and already one to the good. You can see the odds leaning Heroic's way. Already saw a better side to Na'Vi's Nuke. Admittedly, though, on the T side, as they dominated their way to Furia. 10 T rounds, so we only got to see a fraction, a glimpse of what the Na'Vi CT side looks like. Now, Tessis is cooking up some magic in the utility department. I think that's for Heaven.
Whatever, this is a very, very slow approach. Mirage was explosive. This is the opposite of Heroic.
If I had to take a guess here, they're going to fake it top? No, they're full committing. This makes sense. Okay, well, there's Heaven and Main smoked off, and the entire Heroic squad are in.
Retake simulator.
Retake simulator entirely. Yeah, dude, they're even off down the vents. What are they up to? They've got so much time, courtesy of their smokes. They can really spread themselves out thin and start getting under enemy lines. Simple.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
He had such a good read. Perfecto is into the site and causing chaos. Cadian, however, does try and keep things level. He's being hunted down, should be finished off, and now it gets a bit weird. They're on the defuse, at least a fake. Testis up the ladder, down from Main. You need to take that frag. It needs to be onto Boomich, and he does provide it. Stown, round winning. And now it's all onto him. He just has to get through this Simple defense. Simple's the bodyguard. You have to topple him. He hasn't been able to do it. The body block is enough. Get down, Mr. President. He throws his flesh in front of enemy lines. And that will be a Na'Vi pistol. Heroic give us a beautiful plant. A 5v5 retake, as you discussed. But it is Na'Vi who do manage to come out with the frags and the round. It was a double kill from Perfecto, who just managed to keep it a bit chaotic. You could see that all of these afterplant positions as Heroic rustled around the entirety of Nuke, up Heaven, down ramp, that secret.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, couldn't find the head. Couldn't find it. Simple just throwing his entire body in front of it.
Well, they're going to buy anyway here. Heroic are back out with 3 rifles, 2 AKs, a Galil, a couple of Deagles. The action will not stop here today.
Their buy looks good, dude.
Yeah, smokes towards yard as well, so rotating out to deal with this will be Simple. Smoke's going to obscure the vision. And creep up behind that and drop the second. This is what we saw yesterday from Na'Vi. So refresh, he's through to warehouse already.
Yeah, that's exactly what we saw Na'Vi, and they were thriving behind them. It leaves a lot of questions for the CTs to answer. They've lost the warehouse info. It could be secret. You may have to rotate. And it's in the end, it leaves with Simple's departure.
He just got pinned to the locker room. This is odd.
But now they're going down secret. And the CTs are still trying to piece together what they have lost.
They think they're all stuck over towards warehouse. There's nobody towards lower whatsoever right now for Na'Vi. They're just going to stroll into the site right here. Na'Vi are scrambling around, checking ladder, making sure they're not being flanked. And by the time they get down there, Heroic are already knocking on the door.
Yeah, Electronic is going to beat them. Only slightly, only just. And Cadian is the one that will make this very difficult now.
Oh, this position sucks.
It really does. He's got too many targets. He does manage to take one down with him. And Boomich's rotation cut short. He's down to 8 HP. And Stown, don't take the bomb, dude, you crazy cat. Bits on the ramp. And chances dwindling now for Na'Vi. They may just have to try and cut their losses.
There's 20 seconds left. I'm not sure if Boomich is looking to go pick up this other rifle, if they want to try and deny the plant. He's even going to find almost a kill. Refresh down to 3.
It's a very nerdy start. Like, Heroic's first 2 rounds on Nuke. Can we just discuss what they've hit us with?
Okay, so we had that really, really late top piece on Pistol, right? Where they're hunting.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Cool your jets.
I don't know how close Cadian's going to get here. There's 3 of them now towards ladder base, Alex.
Bit's got the flash. I mean, what have we got? About 10 seconds left?
Yeah, well,
they're coming.
+4 or 5 once the bomb goes off. They are coming.
Yeah. This pop flash will catch them. Someone turns. Oh, God, they're not going to leave with anything here, Na'Vi. Unless Bit can somehow make it all count. There they go. Heroic snatch away every single rifle they could.
Shush with 4.
That's better than winning the pistol. I mean, the fact that they've just taken everything away from Na'Vi's reinvestment. Now they're left on 1,500. It's a double eco either way. You may as well treat yourself to some pistols.
What on earth is going on? What a kooky retake on that top site as well. Like, the pistol round, wild. This second round, like, seeing Simple just get absolutely destroyed in locker room, and then Na'Vi had no idea. Like, they were completely duped. They had absolutely no idea of what they were looking at there. Great stuff from Heroic to bounce back after the pistol loss.
Yeah, but we know how Na'Vi's Deagles tends to go, and despite the flashbang, they still charge through, taking as much space as they can. It's Bit who they are running down. He's baiting in for Simple. Oh, they're not checking him. Simple's going to catch on a couple of heads, throwing a couple of hands. Na'Vi respond in force. He's going for the plant here. Lower sight is the target of their affection. Trying to save the day now. Bit and Simple did so much work. It may be for naught. Rifle's certainly favored now that Shush has found that frag. The flash is completely eaten up. Refresh does not pull the trigger. Does not give them that info. Instead, it's just blind shots through the smoke. The clock is getting dangerously close now. Boomich running out of opportunities. He has found the frag. Can they stop that defuse? Looks like Shush is in a prime position to do so. Plant's too wide. It gets very costly, very close. But it's another one for Heroic. Na'Vi's Deagles just never to be underestimated.
Oh, Perfecto's right below him. Trying to find a gun or something. I don't think both expected each to stay around. Okay, well, Shush, he's been phenomenal.
Yeah,
First couple of rounds of play.
2 quad kills, I think.
You know, when Nico went, let us bow up Nico, we saw them go, right? I thought to myself, how are you going to fill the shoes of Nico, right? Because of what he does for this team.
Yeah.
Right, what he did for the team before was huge, but Shush is filling those shoes. Refresh is a star in his own right. The upgrades Heroic have made this year. Jesus. Okay, well.
He's 7-1. That's more frags than the entirety of his squad. And they're doing the same again. This time the wall of smoke's enabling safe passage. Straight down. Now, Na'Vi have gone for a full ramp stack, so they're going to be very quick to respond to this site being taken. Refresh has managed to spring all the way up that ramp, which does make this a lot easier. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be taking that. Thank you very much. A Mac 10 mowdown.
How do they read that so perfectly? They've just dropped secret smokes. They've run across with no resistance. Both Mac 10s bounding through, not even clearing most of the corners. And then both choke points are locked down for the descent. Mac 10s on either side of this ramp position.
It couldn't have been better.
I know it's just an eco. Like, I'm getting really excited, but it's because they don't go like that. We just saw it in the last map. They don't go like that.
Yeah, it was too easy. Just too perfect. Now, we are seeing those Mac 10s carried over, a bonus of sorts, and Na'Vi back into the weapons. It's far from ideal, though. You can see how much of their utility they've had to dump just to house a fast play. And now, speaking of fast play, it looks like Heroic want to turn up the heat on this top site. They're pushing onto that Perfecto FAMAS. He's done very well to find the first. The trade provided by none other than Shush, this talent that keeps on delivering. It's Boomich's turn. Team Molly, refreshed to come up clutch. He's really not got enough left in the tank. 34 points of health. An Electronic, nice tight line. 2 points of contact, finished off, and Na'Vi back into contention.
I love this game. Keep it at this pace. This is fantastic stuff. They're trading the ideas, the explosions. Perfecto are playing on top of the silo to avoid the molly. Gets one. Oh, it's great. This is fantastic.
It's almost too much for you to talk about in the 9 seconds you've now got.
This is great. I'm loving this. Okay, Na'Vi back in with another buy here. Same for Heroic. Continuing this pace with the AKs out. Cadian with the big green in his hands.
I'm interested to see what that changes in terms of the outside yard battle. We've always seen 2 variations of the Heroic smokes. Initial damage inflicted from the team, I believe. That's Electronic down early into the vents. And oh my god, Boomich has just run over Refresh. He was fully white through the smoke as well. Cadian's completely exposed. Electronic finding him. He did pull the trigger onto Simple though. And Boomich has made no secret of his main active SMG play, so Natus is the one to spring to action for that. This is a crazy game. I need to screw my head on tight. Hang on, I need to talk quicker for the type of gameplay we're seeing. There goes another. Perfecto. Molotov out of position. Now, he did go down the vents an awfully long time ago. It's brave to try and come back up, so Electronic's still holding his nerve. Perfecto behind the site. It's a 2-1 split, and that's bit gone. Perfecto's his next victim, and Shush is incredible. Down can hold this vent, rotate. Electronics walking straight into it, and there you have a heroic turnaround. Shush bails him out of trouble. It looked great for Na'Vi.
Shush, I haven't said his name before. We'll say it again. He is popping off in a big way here. Boomich gets an absolute freebie there, and then this trade from Electronic is perfect. But isolated, Boomich between a rock and a hard place. Stounce just crept out towards the vent. Natus is aware. They drop on, they pincer him, and then this double kill. Perfecto swinging for the trade, can't get anything done, and then up the vent. There you go. Try and keep track of this because it's action everywhere.
Dude, imagine putting, you know, a team like this, Heroic, versus a team like that, Gambit. Oh. Do you remember how chaotic that could be?
Yeah.
You know, one of the masters of slow versus the masters of speed.
Hope we get some of this action tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's see what Na'Vi have got. I mean, they've already proven that they can contend.
Well, that's the thing, right? Right now, the status quo of Counter-Strike, it's all over the shop, right? We know who the top 2 dogs are. Yeah. After that, you could throw a dart at the top 20, and you could probably make a decent argument for why the 3rd, 4th, 5th best team could be there.
Yeah, that's a perfect summary.
Oh, the double Zeus's.
Maybe we get a little bit of that Zeus ladder action.
We liked it with Fury yesterday. They kept it interesting. They just out-ramp. I don't understand how they pip this gap every single time.
And also, by the way, last eco, they stacked ramp.
Yeah. they went just straight down secret. So this time, they played more heavy for top and yard, and they just run straight out ramp. I don't know if Hundun and Cadian are 2 of the maddest men ever to do this, but wherever these calls are coming from, I want to see more of it because it just avoiding danger, avoiding these ecos. This was a scourge in the first map for both teams, having to deal with these low buys, these pistol rounds. Here, Heroic have just avoided having to deal with any of that nonsense. The bomb's already halfway ticked. We haven't even seen a possible fight yet.
Yeah, that's the safest acquisition we've seen. Is Down aware? It must have been a sound cue. He's already looking for the Boomich T-roof descent. And they're leaving with nothing? Absolutely nothing. Even caught by Stown, who is at T-spawn. I mean, like...
the bomb's lower.
Yeah.
His team's at ramp.
Yeah.
Na'Vi have control of a couple of little bits. And, yeah, Stown's still in T-spawn,
Here is your highlight from round 7. Check that one out. Wow. Oh. Just completely reading them like a bloody book. Ages 3 and up. They're talking about big red balls.
Oh, here we go again. Well, the Zeus's are carried across. Warp out for Simple. Cadian with the Mackie boy.
What's he up to? What's he up to? He's straight down the fence. He doesn't have the bomb on his back, but that's a big slip. We know what Glaive likes to do with it. Let's see what Cadian likes to do. He's immediately opened the decon door. That will force a rotate, right?
Surely, it must do. They have to be aware this is open, otherwise Simple is super susceptible over towards ramp.
Dude, look what they're up to. Cadian actually has... I think he's got Simple dead to rights here.
Oh my golly gosh!
What a shot! Simple's going to put his fist through his desk. And they're walking up close. They catch the credit card swing. They might go topside on this. Stown's already in the lobby. The crossfire is established. And Down goes poking and prodding and keeping them on their toes all over the map. Every contact Na'Vi take is redundant to the end result. The bomb's going lower. Stound's just caging this animal. Just has to stay here. They can't come vents, boys. Ramp is the threat. And the round is yours. This is Counter-Strike, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy it while you can. Nice find. Consolation prize at this point.
Yeah, good shots. They now know where both players are. Boomich was in the top site, Bit was towards Yard. I think they may as well let them hold on to what they have here. Cadian's even grabbed the AWP. He went in, dropped down the vent, walked lower. Nobody had any idea, and killed Simple with a burst of a Mach 10 at ramp. And that right there is basically the round.
At range.
Yeah, like it's not like this situation is up close. This is some wild stuff. You know, yesterday when we watched Na'Vi play, I'm not sure if everybody at home caught it, but on their T side, it was much slower than what you're seeing here, but it looked the same result, right? They were clinical. Every single duel they took, they looked like they knew exactly where the opponent was. Same thing with Heroic here, and not necessarily just with the fights, but with their positioning. Like, oh, it just sees the tip of the head. Like, he has all day to line that one up, but it's so quick. And that's the power player. That's the rotator. That is the best player in the world, eliminated in a key gun round. They just had board again.
And the responsibility of that call, I mean, Simple's not going to hear that door swing open. It's the top side players that have A, let it slip, and B, not identified it was possible.
Watch how heavy they have to rotate now. Every time these squeaky mollies and nades land, smokes, flashes, everything, they're going to have to respect this.
That was a lot of nades from the CTs this time. I think Simple made it abundantly clear that it was unacceptable. The Ts have even mollied down the vent, which is interesting.
See, the thing is, yesterday, they were denying a lot of control towards that vent position.
Yeah, actually intrigued to know whether or not that wall of smokes will be contested. Oh, Electronic, that is something else. A double just as they fade. Heroic punished by their own smokes. Now, I'm not one to write Heroic out of a two-man disadvantage. Neither is Stown. And they do still have, even in a 3v5, Chad, there is an element of surprise in the fact that the bomb has now gone lower, or at least has access to lower. Ramp is going to be their fight. Bit not going to be affected by that flash, and he has the power position. He chooses to drop off. Oh,
heard now.
Yeah, very, very audible. Cadian going around the world.
Attention is drawn towards Shush, and Bit had to drop lower, so they're aware of what's open here. 30 seconds left. It almost feels like they have to continue this play towards the B bomb site.
Yeah, it does. They need to basically find Bit so quickly that Boomich has to react. And, well, Boomich has reacted. And Shush starts to apply the pressure. This is the duel. Everything lying on that fight. Nice work from Boomich. Bit as well. And Na'Vi making another one of these, courtesy of Electronics double. Absolutely clean, spotless, as all five still alive. Cadian loses his life, and that AWP will fall into CT hands as well. Couldn't get better than that from Na'Vi to at least ensure that we have a competitive nuke ahead of us.
Yeah, great bounce back there, and we have to give credit to Electronic finding that timing there as the smokes faded. We were questioning where he was on Mirage impact here early on nuke, and we're going to need to see more and more. A very integral player on their CT side, playing around that main, close up behind those yard smokes. What's Heroic going to look into here? AWP back out for Katie, and the rifles are there. And, wow, 4 AK-47s for Na'Vi as well, so things are going well.
Get to see that simple AWP. Back in play. Refresh completely undeterred by that previous shortcoming of the smokes. Staring at his minimap as he navigates. God, it's a nightmare to observe, Rush. Fair play. You are keeping up. Oh, it's not Rush anymore.
No, he goes home early. It's Jakey.
One of them has a voice. That's the issue.
We get Jakey to call in, maybe. Call him up on WhatsApp.
But yeah, shout outs to Jakey for keeping track of this Heroic madness. Now, they are boosting. This would have worked great into that previous line. Now, nothing to report. Simple called upon. Should be good for one here. Nice ahead of the flash and pulls the trigger onto Tessus. If they could just find Bit, he's right in the open. Perfect find. That was Cadian and the bomb. Na'Vi doing everything right now. Shush, Electronics' next victim of round 10. And Bit's even pushing for more info. That's a great find. Na'Vi, can they keep it spotless? The answer is yes. Heroic humbled here on Nuke. Their T side is not all going to plan as Na'Vi force a timeout out of the Danes.
All right, well, good stuff here. And we know that Na'Vi's T side, we were just talking about it yesterday, it was very good. Very, very good. For Heroic here, what we're learning, I think 6 is fantastic. 6 is a really good start here. Anything that they can put on top is just cream at this point. Na'Vi are the ones who need to bounce back in a big way. 9 at the half, they'll be happy with that. Heroic looking and staring down the barrel of an eco here. There's enough money for KD and Refresh and Tess. Oh, actually, no, they're not staring down the barrel of an eco at all. I've miscalculated the finances there. They can buy this one, but still the timeout to talk things through. Coaches both getting involved there. You can't see Blade's mouth, but I can tell you he's probably talking.
It was very funny watching Blade play the wrong answers only game. This dude is such a logical thinker. It just could not compute. Just couldn't. It's just not in his wheelhouse to say the wrong thing. You know, he's only got right answers as Blade. Now
we need to see a few more of him here. Oh, great nade.
Last time they tried Yard, it was Electronic that put them in their place. God, you gotta be deterred from it now. Surely, Heroic. You know there's one secret stairs. You haven't even seen the AWPer yet. Yeah, this is a full ripcord pull. Cancel that.
Yeah, big issues here now, though. Not working with a lot of utility here, and still a minute 10 left on the clock. Denied the one piece of real estate they put all their pressure behind, and now having to hope to find a pick. Smoke will fade towards Squeaky, and this is a good opportunity. If Boomich gets a little bit lazy with his clears, might go down.
Whoa, significant damage inflicted. And with 45 seconds, there is still uncertainty as to the final play. Na'Vi have rotated accordingly, though. Feels like they're in the right place.
They could try and vent drop here.
It's ambitious. As another smoke arrives, they'd have to be fully grey screened through that. Gosh, this is going to come down to, what, 15 seconds? They're stampeding towards ramp, and Bit wants to slow them down. Anything is good here. As they rip the bomb carrier down, Stown needs a double, and it's Tessus that steps up. Now they can go lower, and this round can continue to be competitive. Na'Vi have to spring to action.
Scrambling now.
Yeah, if they could just swing that door open and contest that plant just a little bit. Survival integral, they're being hunted. Electronic only 2, but that bomb can't go down. They've got no time, and I think Electronic has saved them. Oh, and even taking the AWP after. Shush is left with $350 in his back pocket, and they twist the knife, pour on the salt, and really hurt Heroic's chances. That one's going to leave a mark.
Great stuff from Electronic again here. Impact kills. This from Na'Vi looks great. 2 players ramp, 18 seconds left, but look at the kills from Stown and Tess. It's huge stuff to open the avenue towards lower. I love the tussle we're seeing. The thing is, Na'Vi was strong everywhere Heroic tried to go. Towards Yard, strong. Came back towards top, strong. Went round, strong. It was great from both teams.
Oh dear. Just sending Tessus on a one-man mission, and it's worked out wonderfully. They could pull this across the line here if Bit founnies around with his nades. Solid defense so far, it seems, as both Boomich and Simple do manage to catch those pesky, aggressive pistols there.
Okay, maybe we get a chance for a breath here. Money again, good for 3 Heroic players. 2 not going to be able to purchase. Tessa's, as you mentioned, with that hero AK, just left with 3.6. Can get the Galil up. Shush maybe into a Deagle. Confirmed with the purchase now, and on the RV, clawing their way back into this one, have tied things up 4 in a row to get the scoreline to 6-6, round number 13.
Their rotations have been real. I mean, to be rotating around a Heroic this fakey boy unit.
At this pace as well?
Yeah. Communication has to be at an all-time high. Oh, wow. Simple's actually well above it. Top of warehouse. It's a rare position, often good for one. The element of surprise, and he does strike, refresh the lone wolf on Yard. Howls his last howl. Bit with the Asimov.
This is the issue with when you're so trigger happy. You know, you're so quick on these plays. If you just keep getting denied by util, it's almost like ping pong. Back and forth we go. And Heroic are getting softened up on the journey. Stown and Cadian Bit more than tickled for Stown. Cadian's still relatively healthy here, and again, completely denied map territory. If Refresh was able to park himself behind main, at least they're working with something. But here, denied towards ramp. No presence towards lobby now, and have to look back towards yard.
It's actually a good call in terms of finding some space. He says.
Yeah, watch this swing come in from Electronic. It's just going to be perfect timing.
I think it must have been the bomb spotted on Tessus there, because Simple has immediately been called into action. One crossing red. This is falling apart. Tessus trying to bail them out. Down with another frag. This is often how heroic rounds go.
25 going towards heaven.
What are you up to?
This is noisy
That's
too.
with the bomb. Are they opting ramp? He's making so much noise on the ladder. Simple did rotate topside. I think Cadian was just using that ladder to try and stop the rotate. Now Bits is looking the wrong way. Simple's right behind them. He can deny this. He can deny this. Oh, both of them. No hope. He takes his time with his prey, playing with his food. God, this game. You just never know what you're going to get. Like, I just can't wait to see the next round of play.
It's so fluid, though. They never seem to stall out. There always seems to be some avenue, right?
Yeah.
Like, I blinked and Cadian was on the ladder. The next thing, they're both running down ramp. And Bit's looking the wrong way. Like,
can you explain that one?
I can't.
No, okay.
Like,
I'm not dumb.
The thing that's going on right now is there's so much going on all across the map at all points, right? And the gaps, they're always with Heroic. They're still finding the gaps. Well, that's 5 in a row for Na'Vi now.
Simple looks like he's having fun. This is his kind of game. Just a thinking man's game of Counter-Strike. Boom, it's straight on into the power position of Squeaky. It looks like a top pop. Expect to see that util released, and Perfecto is safe from the Molotov. It's a perfect position for this. He is blind and he is dead. If they could just clear that CT vent, they could make a round out of this. It's Tessus that delivers. Bit cannot contest just yet. If the Simple goes down, he's missed this shot into the domains of Tessus for a third. And this one's fallen apart for Na'Vi. Just an aggressive top pop. The frag's delivered in large capacity from Tessus. And Revenge served this time ice cold.
I want everybody at home to take note of the pace of this game. Once we flip on over, you're going to see the contrast here in both of these teams' approaches to the T side.
I'd be getting a headache if I'm Electronic hearing all of that. He's got about 4 players he's tracking with his eardrums right now, and he may actually get away with it. Lovely doubly. Cadian's down, but a 7th found, and it was off the back of a really broken buy. 7-7, keeping it incredibly close. Now the battle to win out the half. As discussed, Chad has been readying you for our second half. The contrast will be inexplicable, so do go ahead and enjoy one final round of this Danish pace. Na'Vi, make no mistake, equally as beautiful, but a very different approach. Yard control smoke deployed. Refresh looking to house some of that. Cadian trying to vent trick. Oh, and he's gone down with the AWP. What a crazy cat.
With the AWP.
Yeah, and Simple's about to go ahead and hit him with the USP. No, no, no. Even better. A right click to find it. It did take a little more time, but that's not stopping Simple. Knife into the AWP. Heroic meet their maker. And Bits here to finish the job. Swing open the door and put a fork in it. That is done. 17-8, Simple's warming up, as are we. 8-7, Na'Vi edge ahead on our second map of the semis.
Frank. Jeg sidder der. Ind højre. To er der. Begge er der.
Nej!
Sådan. Hvad med skakten tilbage? Altså, jeg planter bare hurtigt og holder høje. Ja! Nice, mand. Sådan. Kom rundt, drenge. Du skal god til at spray. Tak.
Дэн, еще, Дэн, еще.
У тебя?
Хорошо, Валера, беру.
Хорош.
Хорош, Валера, хорош, пацаны. Долг.
It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Do you feel a little down? Say it, no problems. Let you in, but you out. Sing it, no problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Had none I need to worry about.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we continue to try and separate Na'Vi and Heroic. And, well, similar to the first map, we did have a very close half. It was a good haul, though. 70 rounds posted by Heroic. Anticipation for a Na'Vi T-side that looked fantastic in their quarterfinal bout with Furia. And so we lock and load. It's time to see how Na'Vi fares on the attack. Heroic, an opportunity to close this out in two, the semi-finals to complete and to guarantee our new head-to-head, a new fan favorite, Gambit versus Heroic. We saw that grand final not too long ago. ESL Pro League Season 13. And Heroic besting Gambit in that marathon. Now we see if that rematch is on the cards, or if Na'Vi want to see us on a third. Inferno as a third map decider, and already a lot of space taken in yard here, Chad.
Yeah, Simple's got his P250 as well. They've secured real estate towards Heaven, Warehouse. Now the lobby push is coming in from Heroic in response.
He's got no armor, and his job is to hold lobby. I mean, I say hold, perhaps not hold, but monitor. It's a hilarious nade to be throwing on a pistol.
Oh, towards windows as well.
Boomich is up. Bits in T-spawn. The bomb and his partner in crime are lower, and Simple's making as much noise as he possibly can. Confirms Tessus is up on the railings. Cadian really wants to take Perfecto out of this position. That's two nades they've invested to
Why is no one shooting Cadian?
And Cadian is going to eventually go down. Electronic bringing it topside. He does goose down and will be finished off. That was the raid boss, and every shot connects for Na'Vi.
Tessus has the nades here, but ooh, can't even get his head up Heaven. Boomich locking that one down.
Not allowed to piece anything together here in those contact points. They keep poking you. Nicely done. Na'Vi will extend their lead.
I think both teams very, very happy with the map pool here today, right? You saw Mirage come through, thought pretty, well, you'd favor Heroic as the favorites in this matchup, right? But you think pretty 50-50 in terms of where it could fall. Same thing with Nuke.
Dude, I think the general consensus was about 50-50.
Very hard matchup to call. Shush has the shotgun. So, look, not unusual to see on the CT side, but I want to monitor this closely.
They are contesting yard heavily, 3 of them. Ready and raring to go. But, as we discussed, we get ready for the contrast.
Yeah, it's not the run and gun anti-eco straight down secret or ramp. It's slow, methodical. clear your corners. Don't fall into any of this funny business.
Yeah, and this angle's perfect for... Oh, clearing out one, but they do connect.
Oh,
2, 3
no!
Deagle shots, it's happened! Oh, complete catastrophe. So now you've lost the bomb. And it does look like Heroic are going to concede it.
Yeah, they've given a lot of space here. So if Perfecto, they have a lot of time. If we're going to look at that positive right here for Na'Vi, Perfecto just needs to reclaim that C4. He can do, and he's even grabbed a kill. If Bit clears directly down onto Refresh here, this is a difficult fight for both.
Oh.
Look at this angle he's in.
He's in a great little safe spot. I'm not sure if Perfecto would have spotted him. Bit does go down. Refresh, such a thorn in their side. They can't seem to get him down. No one can. Refresh pushed up and gathers himself an AK-47 for his troubles.
Oh, they've all got upgrades there as well. Shush grabbing a Galil in the final stages of that round, and just, fantastic for Heroic.
Oh, I've got flashbacks of the first half. I could have sworn this is how it started. This second round, just bested. That warehouse player just perfectly stopping that jump aggress they were setting up onto Refresh. Stown hit his shots, everyone did. All right, it's Na'Vi's turn.
Oh, they're going to feel like they should have a lot more rounds here, Na'Vi, with both pistol victories. Up against it, Simple has been making it look easy in spurts. Smokes of that secret cross have landed. Cadian trying to monitor the T-red cross, and now he has to call the rotation is possible. Unloads into the smoke, and Stown, he's already lower to deal with this.
Yeah, and he wasn't expecting Electronic so quick, so he does draw the util out nice and early. So what we were seeing from Electronic against Furia was his power to slowly creep and crawl behind enemy lines, using that warehouse position as a starting point. Now he's doing it again. Cadian will have to be aware that they could be close. And that's what that sweep indicates. Oh, he spotted a leg. But I think he's aware and ready. Back his turn now, and Electronic can strike. He will knock down Cadian. And that could be the start of the Na'Vi Deagle Armor response. They just lost that second round force. Now looking to respond in kind. They got so much space here. Heroic are about to be closed in on. Some multi-frags required. Shush has to hold his nerve on Heaven. And it's easy for Electronic. Only one from Refresh as well. It's just back and forth. And this one's going Na'Vi's way. Tessus is a dead man walking up the ladder. Stown demanded a 1v4. And I think it's just too tall of an order. It's a venti mocha choca frappuccino. It's just not really for anyone.
I'd like the pumpkin spice latte.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a tall order.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Nice.
I'll have the mocha choca frappa with the extra sprinkles.
And the whipped cream. Having a hard time piecing these together because this is what we were talking about in map number 1 in the second half. It didn't matter what the weaponry was.
Yeah.
It feels like the similar situation here. Both of these teams are so good at reacting off of the information that they're given or the space that they can take and the combination of the two, right? How you need to react, the fights that you need to isolate. Stown will get to hold on to this AK. It's a great consolation because it is likely to see another heroic force by here. But Electronic has turned up in a big way on this second map. Instrumental so far for Na'Vi without their 10 rounds, or throughout their 10 rounds.
And compulsory to be seeing Electronic at this stage. I mean, this is semi-finals stuff. We saw his stats do seem to have fallen off a cliff at times. You know, he's supposed to be the second in command. At times hasn't even been in the top 3 of some of their battles here in the playoffs.
A bit more splotchy.
Splotchy, yeah. Now, 3-man ramp lean as Na'Vi start to work their magic towards the yard. Cadian's only got a scout, so as soon as he's smoked off, his reaction is going to have to be just to accept that warehouse hold. Like, you can't actively hold warehouse with just the scout. His team are the ones to take this lobby control back. Cadian does call that there's potential on the cross. Simple. Pulls no punches. And it's a double rotate from that ramp aggress we were just discussing. They have util, and they haven't chosen to drop it yet. It would be too indicative of the space that Na'Vi can take. Instead, they silently set themselves up.
Yeah, this is awkward. That util would be great if you wanted to slow them down. You knew they were coming here, but if you throw it, you tell them exactly where you are, and they will just find another avenue here.
Is anyone housing that vent to top? Through lobby passively, I suppose.
Lots of nades here for Na'Vi, though. They have multiple Molotovs. You're expecting one towards this dark position.
Oh, Stout peeking out, doesn't find his frag, and wallbangs are keeping him on notice. Lots of wallbangs. Stout surely dead now. Mollies, wallbangs, everything. Shush has missed his bullets. He does fall to Simple, and it is a bit of a mess. It looks like Na'Vi have come out on top, though. Good deagling from Refresh. He's always a threat.
Yeah, it just felt like they were lining the headshots up there for him, but walking away with that. And Na'Vi, good utility usage there. You can see multiple positions mollied, really helping them out as they take that lower site. And Heroic will have to bend the knee here. They cannot force buy again. Nothing carried through. And Na'Vi should be set for their 12th here. An opportunity to have a 4-round lead. Simple's operating with a MAC-10. That tells me something fast, likely in play. Squeaky getting naded open. Will be quick.
And top side looks clear, boys.
Yeah,
no one's shooting at me.
This is a similar to what we saw in the first half, right? Heroic were the ones who were getting away with not having to find too much contact. The stack from Heroic goes missing in a similar way. Stown has this flash, right? And oh, okay, couple spotted towards this yard position.
Everyone go climbing.
And I'll flash you in.
I'll flash you in.
Would be good if Na'Vi could get the bomb down quicker, though, because this does start to become a problem the longer they take to plant. And okay, never mind.
He heard you. Finally overwhelmed the MAC-10. Element of surprise is lost, and they charge in ahead of that. Oh my god, they've actually got a kill.
It's not planted for them.
It's not.
They're all on the wrong side of this one.
Yeah, if Perfecto went down, they'd definitely have to be charging in on that sound cue. Whoa, there you have it. Frags are found by Na'Vi's remaining 3, extending their lead. A nice 4-round berth, as you aforementioned. Just that one blip on the radar, which was that second round 4. So Na'Vi, yeah, as you discussed, have won both of those pistols. A different outcome here in our second half.
Buy's not great for Heroic here. Famous for Shush. He's got the kid as well. Bunch of util and big smiles for Simple. So here we go. Na'Vi win this. They are set up to take the map, take us to Inferno, the 3rd in the series.
Ooh. Electronic walking towards that tracer fire. And he, just as one fades, he advances. This is the gap he likes to pip. Down secret. Cadian may not be ready for Boomich here. They both have silently descended. Heroic silently positioning themselves with a 3-man topside hold. It's very potent.
Very noisy towards lower as well, so hoping this rotate comes in. Teslas will drop down.
Refresh confirms this funny business. That was the bomb-spotted lobby as well. They spotted Simple on that hut fight. Refresh, just by taking a little bit of an aggressive look, he's going to meet his end. Shush lucky to get away with that. They're hunting him. Oh, wallbanging him. 38 seconds, and Electronic's been down here for a while. I wonder if Stan will clear that vent. He's already out and back into the top side, being the entry fracker as well. Cadian does manage to catch that bomb. Shush does not have the weapon for the job, and it gets very difficult from here. The denial from Stown is everything. Trying to run away, Tessus takes the next port of call, and now a one-on-one. Perfecto, he's been so good on Mirage for them. The Mirage sound cue, or rather, sorry, the reload. And the bait. Stown goes down. It's Perfecto that pulls Na'Vi's 13th out. A sigh released from the Dane. It's Na'Vi now chasing that 3rd map. It is just 3 rounds away.
Yeah, and good reason for the side. They win that round. They're able to make the buy work. Unfortunately for them here, even with the loss bonus where it's at, it will just be likely pistol upgrades or an ugly-looking force. Great clutch here from Perfecto. Look, he hasn't had the most kills in this second map, but that's impact right there. Up to 12. Down to the pistols. Heroic. One's getting away from them here. Both teams look like they're set to take each other's map pick.
Ooh. Oh, any more? I think he might.
Starting to warm into this one. Ouch.
Not gonna happen today. Perfecto, though, the clutch master and 3 killer. Whoa, Tess has taken a lot of liberties there. You can see he was stampeding, hoping that Bit wouldn't have heard it due to the flash. Surprise him with a big change-up of that position. Just not quite going to work out for him this time.
Difficult to see how Heroic can have much more impact in a round like this. Cadian would have to get both of these kills. So many nades left over for Na'Vi to work through this round.
Yeah, but Na'Vi's T-side, dude, it's nearly been flawless. They're not going to let anything like this slip away.
The warehouse smokes that they're throwing now, right? When you see the first one come out that lands just in front of main, it's actually a little bit wider than when they throw the standard L blocks, or at least it looks to be. And when CTs throw that aggressive T-red smoke that we see them do so they can play behind it, they can look top main, it actually links up nicely for Electronic, because you see him go out, he plays behind the CT smoke, then he quickly hard strafes behind their own smoke, creeps up as close as he can, the second team smoke from his reinforcements behind him lands, and the cool thing with this is, instead of the L block, how we've been seeing it get played with the warehouse smoke thrown, they've gone, if they want to fight us from warehouse, we'll just shoot them. It's as simple as that they've just gone, okay, yeah, like if they really want to contest us, sure.
It's never going to be 3, is it? You know, like, I mean, it's a 1-for-1 at the absolute worst. This was Perfecto just containing this Heroic pistol, not letting anything go awry.
Well, right here is where we find out if there's much more to be told in map number 2. Right, I'll need to take the time out to talk this one through, and yeah, you can understand why.
Look at that recap, dude, yeah. T-side from Na'Vi has just really sucked the air out of the Heroic headquarters.
The thing is, with this last string of 5 that they've gotten, 4 of which they haven't even needed to get the bomb down. Like, it's the elimination is how they've been getting across the line. So it's no need for that bomb to explode. They've just been eradicating Heroic. And what that tells is the lack of saves. So you're not seeing the rifles carried through to be a bit more jarring. When teams are forced onto the full ecos or the pistol upgrades, it's never going to look as deadly. When you know there's an AWP or there's an M4 and somebody makes a play, that's when things really start to unravel in these scenarios. And Na'Vi are actually going to take a time out of their own. Why the hell not?
Yeah, why the hell not? Whether it's not just to throw an extra 30 seconds onto the call Heroic have just made. I reckon Blade's done that deliberately. He's like, listen, okay, there's some Russian lip readers out there. They're working
you think?
They're working overtime for Gambit. I'm sick of this.
We're going to just tilt the camera up. You see him start getting the folder out, putting that up in front of him now when he every time he speaks. Look, right now, we've got the buy for Heroic. It's the AWP out for Cadian. He's the only one with residual cash, and he's the only one who can afford a kit. Now, he hasn't bought it just yet, and it doesn't look like he will. So if we get into a bomb down situation, which, as we just mentioned, hasn't really been how these rounds have needed to trickle on down, real problems for Heroic here. They're already facing a bunch.
Oh dear, Stown is not having fun there. I don't know if he can get out of that. Yikes. 20 HP and a Molotov with his name on it.
See you, mate.
Goodbye. Well played by Boom. It's just that you saw he relentlessly gets onto Silo early and just jumps just to catch that aggressor, but this time he catches that warehouse player. They are going to be perhaps enticed into that Cadian AWP. You see what you're saying? This enables them to not only challenge the main player, just like that. Oh, it's so nerdy. Na'Vi looking good temporarily. Refresh wants to change that, and a dink is exchanged. It's Tessus that finishes the job. Perfecto down to 9. Bit the healthy one.
They know where both are.
Yeah, the one-way won't extinguish, I don't think. It does. Ugh. Now you can peek over it. Didn't spot Bit. Bit overextended there from Tessus, and it leaves Cadian in the sticky situation with the aforementioned no kit. Would have loved to have gone for it had it been that 2v2. One from Heaven, one from Lobby. Now... Oh, the fact he has the USP for the fight onto Perfecto, he can go for it. I think he's worked it out, you know. I think he's worked it out. Molly would have to hold it. They push through the flames and Bit secures it. 15 for Na'Vi. I can feel that third map just looming over the heads of Heroic, and they can too. We'll see this again. Stown really had no fun. No fun allowed in that warehouse position.
I think that was just to deal with the way that Electronic has been approaching this yard position, right? Because we saw the same thing. The CT smoke, we saw the util getting dumped. He even put down his own molly there to try and disrupt the smoke wall coming on out. And as soon as he get isolated, the molly lands, he has to fight. The power position held from Na'Vi. And now it's just Heroic with 3 Famis's, 2 M4s. They have a kit this time round, but util extremely light on. It just comes down to these duels, hoping that Na'Vi give away a couple of freebies here, because if they continue to play this very slow, methodical game of Counter-Strike, they will just pick Heroic apart. Right now on the map, there are so many smokes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, I think it was maybe even close to 8 there. They're starting to fade already. There were so many smokes just thrown straight out the gate. That was the last smoke of the round, just deployed. There are no smokes left.
Okay. And so it begins. Oh, Electronic is being tested by Refresh this time. Completely blind and booked. An advantage for Heroic in their 7-round sprint towards that overtime. Chance here for Cadian. Nearly takes both of them down. It's looking great, though, for the Danes. There's only 2 of them remaining on Na'Vi, but one of them is the ever-sharp Perfecto. Refresh stands strong, and down goes the last. Okay. First of what is required. 6 more if they want to weather this long, long road to a 2-0. Or maybe Inferno, third map decider.
I'd like Inferno, just because of the type of Counter-Strike we've had, right? It's been very explosive when Heroic are on the T side. You're getting the opposite of that when Na'Vi are on their T half, a lot slower. Color by number Counter-Strike, taking all the precautions in the world, even innovating. The rifles are back out.
Wait, Electronic has just walked straight out into the site, and it looks like the Danes have dealt with it. One more could slip. It's Perfecto. Down the vent, Simple jumping off the main roof. He's gone 2. A perfect defense from Heroic here.
Tried to change the pace here. Hasn't worked in Navi's favor at all. This is really going to hurt going forward. To have a round like this where Heroic get to stand tall and have everybody survive, in the next round they'll have all the goodies unless Perfecto could do some damage. Quick shot there onto Stown. What an adjustment. Down to 12 HP. Shouldn't be too much longer in this round.
No safer way to get info in that lower site.
We just played chicken with an air conditioner motor, and I think we won. I think we came out on top of that battle there, Alex.
I'm still not convinced. I think he's destroying us.
I think there's a man up in that aircon here just trying to rattle us, literally.
Yeah, hilariously, I'm really hot right now as well. Like, he's not even doing his job.
We did have to turn it off, and it's still making noise.
Just
sorry, everybody.
At us. Anyway, we do apologize for any extra noise, white noise you may be hearing behind our microphones.
I'd have to give you this action just with our voices here, ladies and gentlemen. The round is live. We're minute 30 on the clock, and we're going to piece this one together. Electronic has been able to slip the net in towards Secret. Here you go. We've got the pictures. Yeah, we've got the pictures. We're back.
The moving pictures. Technology is there. I'm glad you didn't miss too much. Can you believe it? Stown's back there. Boomich was the one that booked him last time. This time I don't think he's been spotted out. Natus is tested, and the missed eagle shots from Perfecto. More destruction on the yard position. Stown has got this multi-kill again. So what was this impossible 7-round gap to close is certainly shrinking. Bit. Gonna give it everything she's got. Smoke will fade. Cadian is close. And he is very ready for it. A second frag is available. God, his crosshair looked bang on. Down weathers it. 3 frags from him as well on that yard position, so making good on the previous round where he was punished. And now what does it read for Na'Vi's bank?
Not great. Not great at all here. 3 on the trot right here from Heroic has meant that Na'Vi are out of funds. They will need to be humbled and take a bit of a save here.
They've got their pay-in book. Decide they'll probably just save it for another day.
Did you ever have to save your pocket money to buy anything that you were really after?
Yeah, I mean, I think essentially I was saving for music, like the CDs. That was my general metric.
CDs, okay.
Yeah.
One of the So Fresh latest hits. Wow, a decent attempt there from Bit. Just got lost in the smoke almost. Sound the van, and Electronic's going to try. They're just popping in.
Yeah, not going to be the same kind of impact we saw from Mirage, where it just felt like every round, every single one of them had was up for debate. Seems like Heroic have got their head screwed on tight for any of these fast plays. And Simple certainly always got a head on his shoulders, and that player behind that CT vent is incredibly low, so no opportunity to be given. The smoke is down. Simple has 60 seconds to maneuver around here, and every click of his mouse has resulted in death of a Dane. Taking all the time he could. Now with the door closed, takes a glance. No one's home. That's a chance and a challenge. Simple realizes his mistake and looks for that push. Natus is there. Okay, a sigh of relief, I'm sure, from everyone in Copenhagen. Heroic taking themselves to 12.
Doable now. Looks like Na'Vi are running out of some ideas, right? It's felt like in those last few, especially that spurt of 3, that rush, it felt like they were in a rush to close this one out. But now, maybe it's going to be regular programming. Another timeout taken here. A good opportunity for Blade to set the record straight. Simple straight into the AK. There won't be an AWP in play on the T side. Heroic, on the other hand, have Cadian brought back in. Plenty of kits now. Head armor galore. Looking at full sets of util. So looking great for Heroic here as we get a little bit of a recap. Scores on the doors just there for everybody at home. Top performers, Natus and Stown, 19 apiece over there in the Heroic camp. And, of course, Simple 25, 20 for Bit. Electronics got 19. And here we go.
Heroic just need to match Na'Vi's CT round haul. And Na'Vi have already got themselves to that map point. Mirage. No, where does Mirage come from? That was our first series of the day's first map. Told you I'm getting hot.
Under the collar,
I can't
in the
talk.
brain. We'll open the door after this. We'll go outside and spray you down with the hose.
40 degrees here as the video games do surge on. Cadian missing his shot, and that will be a quick... Nope, no words there.
He's creeping up again behind this smoke. Electronic are going to be spotted here. Shadow is good for Stown. Another opening falls in favor here of the Danes. And yeah, really looks like Na'Vi starting to run out of ideas. Once Electronic can't get that space, or even when he does, the wall is starting to be erected now. More nade damage done towards ramp. Perfecto just chipped away at. And in they go.
Fresh is there in time, and a crossfire with Natus. Oh, it's no fun to break this ramp. Even Shush is going to be there in time. However, with Refresh down, and Simple taking them both down, he's managed to solve all of the problems Na'Vi may have had. Needs to find a safe place to plant. And a man advantage, but Na'Vi, they could finish it here off the back of Simple's double entry. Simple would have to do it all, though. Not only the entry, but the clutch. Ace clutch demanded of Simple for the map. They've got kits. They dump their util. Simple dancing around the vents, looks to reposition. Bomb about half gone now. Advantage growing for Simple. First frag found again. Simple's doing it all. I think he knows where he's coming from. The flash is perfect. They're getting hunted. And Simple, he finishes it for Na'Vi. That is one way to do it. Style oozing out of every pore. Double entry, 1v3 clutch. His name is Simple, and we're off to 3.
Да, снизу.
Я его справа забрал.
Будка второго победил.
Хорош.
Вентиль вылез.
Найс, пацаны, красиво, блядь. Вот это роль. Классный писик.
Дефолт улицы.
Я смотрю стенку.
И второй в дефолте, да?
На стенку взял?
Да.
А, стенки был, да? Найс, мой любимый. Найс. Бля, ты видел эту залупу?
Да.
Я просто... Молодец, блядь. Что же делать? Нет.
You can catch me in the I'm breaking necks and I'm balding out. Reckless energy, I'm never signing out. My elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so you can catch me in the pit. I'm breaking necks and I'm balding out. Reckless energy, I'm never signing out. My elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. You can catch me in the...
What a way to finish off Nuke. A simple ace, a 1v3 clutch, no less, that sees Na'Vi stay in this semi-final. But before we get to that second half, we have to talk about the pace that was set by Heroic on that T side, Maniac.
Yes, they are suffocating to play against. Honestly, I even tweeted out, how can you remain calm in your communication when Heroic put such a pace into the game? We have the stats coming in here. It was a team effort, obviously, for Na'Vi, but I am so impressed that they actually managed to calm down the first half. Heroic were just running everywhere. Chat on the desk talked about, you know, water fizzling through the rock. That's how Heroic looked like. They were always trying to find a gap in Navi's defense, and Na'Vi did a great job calming them down in the first half.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just looking as well at some of the stats for pistol rounds, because in this series so far, Na'Vi either lost the pistol round and the second round, or they won it, but then got forced back on Heroic. And I had this feeling Heroic are really good at these second rounds on T side, and actually they have the highest rate in this tournament on the T side in breaking their opponents after they lose pistol. And on the CT side, they haven't lost a pistol yet, so really good at opening games, which is a big factor to their dominant performances so far.
Was it ping pong rounds? Is that a phrase that Chad used to describe the way that Heroic were adapting in that first half?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can talk about ping pong as soon as Na'Vi started to catch up with what Heroic was trying to do. And that was a string of rounds that Na'Vi put together in that first half, where Heroic is basically trying to rush a place of the map, would it be ramp inside or outside, and then there is a Molotov well timed, there is a smoke stopping them, there is the right gamble for Na'Vi, and these were the rounds that finally the CIS team were able to calm them down. But it was not easy at all, and there is even a situation where Bit is getting rushed down on ramp, and you know the cast is screaming, did they not hear them? And I'm wondering, is that because of the comms? Is that because of the pace that Heroic is playing, and how much information has to be communicated that you just cannot hear if they're rushing you?
Well, what about the T side from Na'Vi, Yanko? Because they felt like they were polar opposites at times from these two teams.
Yeah, I think for them as well. I know Maniac has a round that he wants to talk about, and it's a big one in a sense of that Na'Vi, after losing the second round, well, they go back and they win the third, and it has even more impact when you do it on the T side, because the economy is that much more important and expensive for the CTs, right? And Heroic is a team that's always going to force back, so if they can't convert on that, you know they're going to struggle with the economy from that point on. Even in the first gun round after that, they're not going to have all the nades that they want.
Should we take a look at round 18 then? I want to see Electronic with that Tech-9 again.
Yeah, we can talk about Electronic, his revival, and the Tech-9 play, but what I want to talk about here is the space that Navy was able to take outside. And Cadian, in that anti-force buy, is completely crumbled. He's stuck into that under heaven position. Electronic finds him, and then even though there's only 20 seconds left, that split is impossible to stop for Heroic. They have threats coming in from all angles, and the story that this round tells is a story that follows through this entire half, which is Na'Vi, in a different way that Heroic did, but able to take space outside, able to grab that map control nice and easy. We see here this round actually happened right there. As Yanko mentioned, it was a very key moment, and it started that whole round for Na'Vi. And here at this point in time, that is the reaction from Heroic, and they finally put some control over outside. That was the key part of the map for me. And then again, I'm going to use that red circle here because you have a simple right there saving you with the clutch on the last round. I know I'm not very artsy, but you get the story. Outside was a problem for Heroic. They finally put an end to it at the end, and then this man, he just does simple thing.
Yanko, is there a particular way that Heroic were able to keep Na'Vi from just getting yard for free?
Yeah, I think, you want to put focus. I mean, we have to remember the second round, Heroic won it by triple stacking yards as well, just with pistols against rifles, and they managed to win that round. They had some flash plays as well with Refresh and Stone outside, and Stone tried also. There was a round to get into that. Well, we used to call it electronic cornering garage, right? But he got spotted and just got pushed out. So they had. I think Heroic had plans for it, just either they couldn't really execute the way they wanted to because Na'Vi was ready for it, or, they just can't keep trying that the whole time. We saw in the Furia game, Na'Vi had a couple of fast inside pops, right? So they were probably a little bit paranoid about that, didn't want to overcommit to yard and then just lose to some of those simpler executes.
Can we talk about Electronic? Showing up, please, Maniac.
Yeah, I mean, here, Electronic, we talked about him on Mirage, and we said he was insufficient in his input, and that was correct. Now, he answered back. He had a huge reaction on Nuke, and even though he's not topping the charts in any way, I think the job he's been able to do outside on one hand, stabilizing the defense. When he was on the CT side, we had a couple of very key double kills. That one is the one I have in mind, actually, that puts an end to that madness from Heroic. His placement on the CT side were quite good. And then on the T side, again, you pointed it out in the pre-show, he is utilized in a very strong way on you. I feel like the game plan fits his vista, his game sense. You know, he's taking space outside, and he was a thorn in the side of Heroic. Again, this is the Tick 9 round we was talking about. So even though he's not topping charts, good reaction from Electronic, bodes well for Na'Vi as well. We're moving on to Inferno, and we know how, I want to say, important and key he can be over on the A side.
Well, that's the thing. Inferno, if Electronic does not show up, Yanko, are Na'Vi in trouble?
Yeah, definitely, you know, has a crucial role there as well, playing pit on the CT side, and Heroic is a team that has a lot of those faster executes towards the A bomb side too, so they will need all hands on deck basically on Inferno if they're going to beat Heroic here.
All right. Maniac, can you call this one?
I'm going to say Na'Vi did enough to bring that third map home. I think the fact that they were able to weather the storm in that first half, well, all cards were really indicating a victory from Heroic. You know, they completely outclassed them, and then suddenly they stabilize. They push Heroic down, and I think they've done enough, I believe.
Really?
I do.
It's an interesting one.
What about you?
Well, it depends on whether Heroic can keep their comms on track. We've seen in the past when the comms aren't there, when they lose a map, there can be some tilt. However, I have a feeling from the evidence, from the win rate of Heroic right now, they're not going to have any problems at all. Do not miss Inferno. It's coming up after the break, and the winner is going to the grand final.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Do you own a piece of esports? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com. Latest edition of the Epic's trading cards available now.
Hi, my name is Suli. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
Another one here, hold overnight. Arrogant, disrespectful, belligerent. All round bad apple we got here today, Mr. Richardson.
Disruptive. And I bet you feel bad afterwards, don't you? Like after it's happened, you've lost the game, and so you feel bad, and you feel even worse because you've ruined the experience for the strangers you were partnered with. Like, at what point did you catch yourself and realize, oh, I'm projecting my own insecurities and my own frustrations with my current situation onto these strangers on the internet? Did you realize that? Did you catch yourself? It's not fun. You know, you're never going to feel good at making people feel bad. If you are, congratulations, you're a psychopath. You belong here. We'll keep you a couple more days. But I'm sure you don't. I'm sure it's just like all of us, you know, you fall into that trap. Your frustrations get the better of you. Emotions dominate logic. It happens to everyone, but you got to be strong. You know, it's a frustrating game, but that's because the payoff is so good. Victory feels so good. Competing and winning feels great. But mouthing off to people that may have not played or dedicated their life to the game as much as you have, pretty sad, bro. Pretty sad. Right?
Yeah.
Of the professionals can be described as cocky, wisecracking, and scarily indifferent with regards to the suffering of others. He would say he's just a bloke that likes to have a bit of fun on the weekend, with the local armed tax collectors. He downplays the severity of any heavy situations that come his way. Even if he's the last man standing, riddled with bullets, with only seconds left to blow the safe. This white hockey mask and floral shirt were popular choices during his Vice phase.
Second semi-final of DreamHack Masters Spring 2021, and they line up for the knife to determine sides here on our third and final map. It does look like Heroic will be given the gift of choice of side. I'm Machine, he's Chad. Good evening. It is good evening now. I'm not messing that one up.
It definitely is evening now.
I did get that one
right. We've nailed it there, and Heroic with that knife round have nailed this. They get to start on the CT side. This is the final map. Winner of this goes to the grand final to meet Gambit. Now, either prospect is tantalizing. Domestic, the big argument there, Simple, Shiro, we've already seen that one many a times, and Gambit have come out on top every single time. And Heroic on the other side of things, well, we already had that best of 5 grand final. This could be the new rivalry.
It's a win either way. Like, I could spin that grand final to be a banger either way. You cut this. Na'Vi just proved that they are here to hang. I mean, it did look like things were going to go awry after that first, but here we find ourselves on the third. And Nuke, just that T-side finish. Simple with a double entry into an ace clutch.
Beautiful stuff.
That works nicely too. So yeah, that leaves us with a lot to be high expectations for Inferno.
Yeah, be knifing people as well. So I think what we've seen over both of these maps is that everybody in the server is showing up, right? It hasn't really felt like there's too many emissions. Electronic bounce back on Nuke. Everything is aligned for us to have that banger third map Inferno.
Yeah, especially the teams and the form we've seen in the players. I think over the course of the first two, we have learned that Perfecto's down to Clown. We saw that on the first. We've seen that Electronic has been, you know, kept tame versus Heroic, but there is a third map to be had here, and if I can't think of a better map, especially with that T start where Electronic can get to work some of his handiwork.
Yeah, I'm excited for this, right? We know we're in a bit of a, I don't want to say gamble meta, right? But we're in a bit of a meta where teams like taking a lot of risks with their stacks on the CT side, and Heroic are one of those teams who love it, and it usually profits for them. So if Boomich and Co are able to out-juke them in those stacks, that's going to be a key component of this. We are just waiting on a technical issue before we can get into game. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing our ugly mugs for this long, I promise. We would definitely be focusing in here, but hopefully we can get this one resolved. I can see all the players are in the server, just a matter of getting all the tinkering done.
No, that's right. This is my, I demanded this, actually.
The camera time that we wanted.
Yeah, this is my camera time.
I didn't think we got the rider in for this event. I thought it was the next one.
No, I submitted it. Obviously, I was just furious. People weren't looking at me enough.
Oh, we didn't have the blue Skittles in the green room, though, so...
Yeah, next time. Next time. Do you know that there's a cool story behind that?
The Skittles?
Yeah.
I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, so I think it was a rock band like Led Zeppelin or something like that, where because they had such, you know, high-tech stage setup, in their rider in terms of how they wanted their audio. They had huge speaker systems, and it was a vulnerability of like security. You could hurt the audience if you didn't set it up properly.
Okay.
So because that was in their rider, they threw the blue Skittles at the end of their rider. So so as a way to know that the rider had been fully read.
Okay. All right.
So they'd walk into the green room, see the blue Skittles, and be like, "Well, you haven't set up the stage. See you later."
Okay.
Kind of cool. Kind of cool, and that's at least something to talk about because Heroic and Na'Vi's third map does seem still delayed. I've got no word.
The thing is as well, when you consider the roster changes that have come in for both of these teams in recent history, that's where you really just have to buckle down and look at this iteration of Na'Vi, this iteration of Heroic. It kind of throws some of those stat lines out the window from yesteryear. Tech issue seems to be something to do with audio, so you get more of us. So I didn't bring my juggling balls. We do have our Epics cards.
Well, I'm looking for props.
Yeah, the big faces over there.
Yeah, that's pretty much
I can't reach that one.
Fortunately,
we can't even yell at the aircon because right now it's behaving.
Yes, and I'm a little more capable of rational thought.
Some deep breaths.
Just going to make sure I can calm myself down.
We get everybody at home to do the same thing. Hydrate, right? Maybe you need a bit of fresh air. Crack open a window.
Meditate.
Meditate is important. In through the nose, out through the mouth.
Yeah, we are simply observers of our thoughts. Our thoughts do not define us.
Okay, that is true.
Yeah.
POV streams, you just saw the little bit jump up on your screen. If you guys want to jump into the POV stream, maybe you can tell us who's not ready. Let's play that game.
Yeah, that's another
You can jump into the POV, see who's not moving around, tweet at us, let us know, and then we can update you. It's a cyclical cycle.
It is a super cool feature, though, because I will admit that something, when I was first, taking an interest in CS, a barrier to entry of just developing my game was the faff of finding the demo I wanted to watch of a player that bothered to play my position. Like there was so many steps that I would have to have taken. This is a nice opportunity just to dip your toe in that. The benefits of a POV stream. A lot of people learn from demos. This is one step behind that.
Yeah, and I think right now this is one of these cases where, look, people at home, probably if you've seen the majors, you know that you get to jump in for that Go TV access. Yeah. This is the closest thing I think you're going to get to that for some time until we do get to Stockholm a little bit later in the year.
Yeah, well, there's something that's worth discussing when we have Heroic and, of course, Gambit already locked in for the Grand Finals, is that there is a widely accepted and acknowledged shift that's going to go down when they go to LAN. Like, Shiro recently taken to Twitter to say he acknowledges the play will not be the same as it is online. What's your take on that?
I think, look, the fact that they have the cognizance to recognize that is huge already, because the other people, the other players at home who initially, when we found ourselves in this online era, they were very resistant, right? We saw a lot of people saying, yeah, online, this, that, and the other. We've heard this, and it's slowly started to taper off the longer this online period has gone, but people go, no, it's so hard, to get motivated, to get fired up for this online realm. Well, now, this is all we've known for the better part of a year and a bit. There's no more excuse with that anymore, right? And you can see, right? Go through these games. Just go back and watch the webcam reactions from this matchup alone and tell me that these players don't care, right? Because if you can sit there and go, yeah, they're not emotionally invested, you're seeing the reactions.
And I think it's, it's easy to have forgotten what we had so long ago now. I mean, like, I was watching, they were running it in the 45 minutes. It was like some of the old DreamHack finals, and just hearing the crowd noise, like it's like a 4-man eco spray down, and Marseille's just losing their shit. Like this. It is a different kettle of fish altogether. I don't deny that. We have Kenny speaking to that, playing against the crowd. Do you remember when we used to talk about that?
Yeah.
Oh, well, they're up against the Swedish crowd, the sixth man. But, I mean, jokes aside, dude, like, that is going to be a whole new component. But I think what it will be fun for the community, everyone involved, including their opposition, will be to see what parts stick and what parts don't.
Yeah, and look, for example, if we just use that Heroic versus Gambit Grand Final, and a lot of people discussed this online already, but the way that Cadian won that clutch to win the whole thing would not have been possible on LAN, right? Because the rumbles and the roars.
My round of applause for the edit, by the way. So you see that one on Reddit? Yeah. Someone gave you a perfect example of what would have happened. I remember that you sit there with a microphone in front of your face as you watch a player wiggle at a potential X-ray, waiting for the crowd to say something. So yes, it has its flaws, but it is also just something that if you haven't experienced an offline LAN event and you've fallen in love with Counter-Strike over this online era, I implore you to give it a go, because it's one of my favorites. I'm desperately begging my mum to come to a CS event before she never gets to experience the Lanxess.
Sure. Well, we definitely got to get some tickets, and we definitely have to get this one underway.
It's happening?
I can see right here, right now, we are going live. Let's kick this one off.
Baby, okay. Well, make yourself comfortable. One final map for tonight's entertainment, Heroic and RV. Number 2 and number 3. A third map, so appropriate to separate them as we look to find out who will be meeting Gambit in our Grand Finals. DreamHack Masters, 10th edition of DreamHack Masters. It's spring 2021.
All 5?
Going towards Heroic, and yep, straight down the gut. Simple's ready to receive. He'll hear this, and will already dispatch of 1. Long-range fight does favor the P250, but they're just overrun. All of those brown on blue in the feed. Cadian lucky to have not gone down. He's happily pulled away just to try and keep a competitive round out of this. The early casualties going to be very hard to overcome. He could try and catch off Electronic, and he has done. A big find from Cadian.
Hearing all this.
All of this app's funny business, and I think they aren't committing. They just wanted to draw Cadian back into the site. Bomb retreating. They are fully leaving the apartments.
Yeah, Shush has rotated over here as well with all this sound, and now he's actually having to rotate back on over. So nothing decided just yet. With a minute on the clock, Cadian continuing to push where he has heard those steps. He can call this clear. They know that nobody's home. Shush will be rotating over. He'll get there in time. And remember, Simple is still quite low. No smoke for... Oh, no, there is a smoke for spawn here on Boomich.
Perfect. Shush doesn't choose to fire a shot, but he is ready for that CT walk up. Okay, nearly absolutely screwed the pooch. Now he has an opportunity. With Cadian arriving on Banana, some process of elimination can be done. You can expect one close coffins. And a predictable new box swing from Big. Oh, Shush isn't done. That's 3 from his USP. He may even finish the job. It's all Shush. And Heroic have got the talent. He demonstrates exactly that. They overcome a 2 versus 4 there, Chad.
Yeah, that's wild. They should really not be getting away with that, but just slowing it down. I cannot believe they were able to isolate every single one of those fights. You consider how this one kicks off. Simple, under the pump. Look at he's just trying to escape. This team come to the rescue, and this is where they just get peeled apart one at a time. Simple assuming all those steps they made over towards apartments was enough to completely bite on. Cadian, with that info, allowed Shush to already be on this B bomb site. Absolute nuisance. And a big pistol round for Heroic to pick on up here. Na'Vi are going to respond immediately, though.
That's an AWP. Cadian pulls it out on round 2.
Thank you very much, Shush.
Yeah, all of his hard work, and all Simple's hero AK just gets shut down. That was the armored Kalashnikov gone. Eee. Bodes very well for Heroic's second round here.
Good man to pick it up. Perfecto has been looking very, very sharp throughout. Later stages of the nuke really coming alive. Mirage, he looked great. So back in his hands, Boomich has been chipped on down to about 40 HP here, and now that they know that the AWP is on the deck, the utility is low for Na'Vi. They might just limp into this. They need to group up and try and overrun an area. And the reposition from Cadian, well, it's been known. It's been noted. And it might spur them towards A.
Yeah, look at Cadian, though. He actually was walking down banana with his scope. This is brazen stuff. You can't afford to lose any of those big guns. An M4 and an AWP brought out on round 2. Let the SMGs do any of that dirty work. It looks like he is, in fact. Stound's pushed it and will at least be spotted out.
Door's locked now. They have to go towards A, and this crossfire towards Pit between Refresh and Shush, it's a difficult one to get past.
Peeking over that smoke, the perfect opportunity. Does even turn the flash. Should be good for the frag. Perfecto's AK doesn't do too much, and nothing really to report there.
Well, it should be the Na'Vi eco here. No, I say that. Of course it's not going to be the eco, Chad. Focus up. Look at Na'Vi. Lots of cash. Even though they had the hero AK, even though it seemed like it was a force buy, it was just the partial. Perfecto into an AK. Electronic can do the same bit. He's looking good for it as well.
I'll tell you what, I don't think Simple was expecting an AWP.
No way in the world. Yeah, and it's a risk from Cadian to take that type of fight. So the stars really aligning there for Heroic, but here we go. We are getting into the gun rounds. Boomich on a CZ. Picking again is Cadian. Hyper aggressive, denied by the util. Oh, and you'd think they'd go for a closer nade with how much Perfecto's shown there, but it's deep and straight down the guts, down to 34.
I want to throw his AK to Boomich, yeah. Fair play. Fair trade.
The way Heroic is set up here, they will contest for top mid. The porch boost indicative of that, so that's the map territory they want to keep a hold of here. Allows Tessus to start cheating on over towards the B bomb site. He'll be there in time.
Cadian versus Simple, round 2. Not to be. He's actually eloping. This is a chance. He does it the long route. They won't have that sound cue from Speedway, but still, they're just standing there. Just as it fades, they plan to go. They actually re-smoke on top. That's really diligent stuff from Heroic. They've got a good understanding as to what's coming. Anti-flash, both of them. It's down and Tessus. They come alive, nearly transferring into a third, but the bomb will be unable to plant. And a 3 versus 2, a single-man advantage that won't necessarily get them far. There's still a lot of util on them. They've got double molly, a re-smoke available. If he was to drop a smoke banana, they are going to be running out of time. They've mollied it badly. Smoke the coffin. Bit's just going to drop. Here's a little further forward. It is on the bomb, though. It's kind of done a bit of hard work for Heroic. Time really in. The molly, unfortunately, extinguished. It has to be held. And Bit needs the transfer. Needs it now. The bullets aren't there. And his own smoke foils his plans. The underarm smoke. The molly could have denied it all.
Unlucky there for the rookie. You can see a bit flustered in that situation.
Yeah, well, it was a very late retake from Heroic. Up until the point where Heroic had 3 reading at the top, I thought Na'Vi had that.
This was real chaos going in. It's like they were trying to body block as opposed to, you know, going for the fight just there in front of the smoke, completely stopping Na'Vi in their tracks. Get the bomb down, get another gun round out of this. It's another interesting looking buy. Tech9 UMP and frustration starting to build there for Boomich.
Just a light Listerine face.
Yeah, not too happy with how that one unfolded, but they can recover.
Through the smoke, that's a risk. Stound's already done a good deal of damage to Boomich. Just on the edge of that smoke lies Stound. Heroic looking very, very strong. Just always seem to have at least two to trifle with the first Na'Vi contact. That's a big find from Simple. He always done it all. Flashbacks to Nuke. 2 heads in the same matter of seconds, and well, smoke's already up. The flashes are there. May as well just save what you can.
That was huge. The awareness there to be ready for Stound's little swing out. Great stuff.
Round winning.
Cannot argue with that. Gets himself an AWP. Boomich gets himself off the UMP.
Oh, lovely stuff.
Yeah, couldn't ask for a better round here.
Well, I'll tell you what they could. They could ask for Heroic to lose all of their rifles. Now, Bit's the only one that's giving me a slight glimmer of a hunt. It's very early days to be doing anything like that, but he is in the apartments. He's going to be slinking away instead. Okay.
Yeah, doesn't want to give up another AK here. More than happy just to hold on to what they have. And Na'Vi almost felt like an essential round there. Things were going to start getting out of control for Heroic as far as the round count was looking. 4 would have been quickly 5. Plant denied.
And Simple just winning a round. There'll be a couple of those. So kick back, relax, and enjoy it while it happens. We'll get to see it from his POV, I'm sure. And round 5 just looming here. So on those logs, super tight line, and then is it just the reaction, tip of his head from that log elevation?
Yeah, caught him when he let go of the crouch key there. So just getting a little bit of a heads up, but Heroic back on in with a buy of their own. The saved rifles facilitating this. Cadian down to an MP9. Still looking strong, and definitely around Heroic can win.
Down. He actually wants to unload his mag onto Perfecto, and he's dealt with it. Big find from Na'Vi's support. A lot of flack onto Simple from that HE. Tessus not going to be Molotov'd out. Cadian wants to support him as best he can. It is only an MP9, though. That won't get him too far. Tessus. He wants to get out of trouble. They're hunting him down. The flashes exchange. Cadian trying to suppress. Keep his teammate in it, and they molly his exit. He can't escape. Elsewhere, Electronic deals with Refresh, and that's going to lead them towards the A site. They've got 1 to contend with, and his nade is great. A frag would be better. Shush stands, and he does deliver just the 1. Na'Vi right back into the driving seat.
Perfecto has them contained to Banana here. Don't think he's aware that both players still residing over towards that B bomb site. Should be another save. Have been able to upgrade Cadian's MP9 into an AK, so this is the best of a bad situation. And what we saw from Electronic up towards that arch side is similar scenes as what we saw just the other day. He was fantastic once they made it into overtime.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Na'Vi.
Was it double OT against
It
Furia?
was, yeah, it was.
Enjoyed that matchup. We got the entertainment value out of Art & Co.
Always do.
Oh, what kind of little jump is that? Interesting stuff from Perfecto there, but makes it work. Some good finds from Electronic here. Essential trade, necessary business right there to secure that bomb site. Taking a look at Heroic's buy, Cadian could drop. Refresh can get into a rifle with Kevlar behind it, so if they want to, they can force the issue. And a timeout taken, Hunden back in the server, back on the mic.
First TAC timeout of this 3rd map of our semi-final. Taking each other's map picks. Already a surprise. And while Inferno not going to be seeing that lead grow too quickly. It was a strong start from that pistol recovery. Don't forget, it was a, what, 2v4, 2v5?
Yeah, you feel like that should have been Na'Vi's.
Yeah.
They convert that, it's a whole different looking scoreline.
Well, precisely. And my point stands that Heroic have only off the back of that crazy turnaround, converted the following 2. Since then, it's been Na'Vi. Will they buck this trend? They have managed to cobble together a buy here, Chad, and it's going to involve a little bit of CT aggression. Cadian gives us a taste of that kind of flavor. They want to boost over this. How promising is this for a boost?
Oh, noisy as well. Got to be careful with those sound cues around here. Immediately smoked back out of position. Very threatening towards the top of Banana already here.
Yeah, but this is all for naught. They don't have the bomb. They want to just try and pull as much util as they can. And just as they do pull that arch rotate out through scope, sound cues, and smoke, Electronic just leaps into middle. Another CT smoke. Na'Vi, this is so damn convincing. Tessus is there, though. And he will deter. They're counting on Electronic here. He is the linchpin. He is the linchpin, and he's managed to worm his way towards the arch. Simple does, again, clip the wings of Cadian down to 10. Bit posted up on short as well. They've got such prime positions. Just waiting now for that long rotate. Simple's going to throw a smoke that will imply they're only just arriving. But Electronic is there and ready. Doesn't clear it. And Library shuts him down. It's down. With a big one. 20 seconds here. Na'Vi running out of time. It's their worst enemy. Simple. Could be Heroics. Whoa, wasn't far off through the smoke. He's only got 14 seconds. He'd need to find them both on the site. He's going for the quick scope. And he just delivers that AWP. Okay, Heroic do return fire.
Okay, well, competitive affair still. There's going to be another buy coming out of Na'Vi here. I love this back and forth nature we're getting. And so much space towards Banana, almost gifted. As soon as Boomich comes in, you can see he put his crosshair up high, expecting the boost box. Was not the case, and into the blender that is short. This is the nightmare. This is the place you don't want to find yourself in. Electronic as well, unawares of that Library position coming into play.
Now they've got all the extra bits and bobs they could have desired for the CT buy.
Yeah, Cadian, he's just really trying to unravel this. Shush, though, he's pushing, super aggressive, has the chance for 2. He's grabbed 1.
He can operate under the assumption that he was boosting Electronic, and I think he is going to just steer clear of that bedroom position. Cadian could be caught by that walkout. Doesn't seem too concerned. And yeah, there it is. Electronic shuts down the AWP. So 2 aggressive maneuvers for either side. And both have worked out wonders.
Not so much a gamble stack here, but still a rotation from Heroic. More than happy to hedge over towards this A-bomb site. Appears to be the right call. Still 50 seconds on the clock, so Na'Vi can change their mind if new information is presented. They've just smoked off towards Pit. Heavy presence here.
Okay, well, Electronic is a master at Pit. Looks like Boomich has opened up the proceedings. A chance for a refresh. It's a small one. They'll catch him on the side. It's down the B player, and now a 1 versus 2 established. Perfecto to plant. He's coming in from our side. Yeah, he's thinking about it. You have to get up pretty damn early in the morning to catch Simple off guard, though, and he's already posted up for short, so his first contact will be with Perfecto if Simple isn't taking occasional peeks, which he is, and it's down. Very quick to react, and that will humble him. That'll do. That'll do nicely. Yeah.
All right, well, it's like, I like the fishing analogy, right? Like, that's what they're doing on these retakes. They just come and just really just dipping in, seeing if anything bites, and even trying to find some damage on the way out there. Stown won't get anything done. Perfecto drops with the bomb. Simple does survive, and another round back for Na'Vi here. This push from Shush, there was nothing behind this. It was the only player going for that aggressive maneuver, didn't have any backup. A big opening, immediately traded, and yeah, Simple onto the site here. As soon as refresh is dealt with, bomb can go down, pressure relieved, and even a smile on Boomich's face.
His adjustments, yeah. Just mantling on that box, he was so quick to find the punish to that box player. Refresh this didn't get a chance, and we do see more USPs.
Do you think like Nuke or like Mirage with the USPs?
Good question. Good question.
I think it's probably going to be somewhere in the middle. It'll look a bit more competitive, right? Not like Nuke, you don't have to do the 5-man stacks with the USPs, you can.
Yeah, and this flash from Shush could catch one. And it does catch one. Isolates the fight onto Electronic, and it does enable an AK to fall into enemy hands. And immediately you can see cadiaN's reaction. Down, refresh, everyone charging towards that B side, loudly stampeding across the speedway. CT Smoke has arrived. The bomb's on its way late. The AK's there in the form of cadiaN.
Bit might get caught here.
They're planning a boost. Yeah, a bit. We'll hear all of that. Perfecto did get caught out a little bit. Now cadiaN's AK-47 has enabled another to fall. Bit does clear his corners. And that enables a very sketchy round to hopefully fall back into some degree of control. Refresh is pushing it though. He won't be ready for a Perfecto. And there, all's out well that ends well. Na'Vi pull it back into contention 4-4.
Really could have gotten out of control there. Bit was in Boiler. As he's left Boiler, I'm just watching this on the minimap, the two of them just start passing him in halls. Those footsteps as we switched on over, that was the tell, and then Bit recovers the situation. Rough go of things there for Electronic, and lucky that they did stabilize in this scenario. But we are tied up, and the guns will come back out for the Danes. AWP for cadiaN, MP9 for Tessus, rifles for the rest. It's a hard job for Perfecto and Banana here.
Yeah, and he's still just doing such good work. Down, gone. And Perfecto leaves with half health. I mean, they threw so many nades at him. He's probably going to be quite happy to report. He's alive, and he's even taken a scalp now towards A, and they are very quick about it. That smoke's only just bloomed. And it looks like cadiaN's actually got a supportive flash for Refresh when he reports contact. But no one's home on the repeat. They are coming up short. They've pulled Refresh towards long, and now it falls to Shush. And Boomich has got nothing to say about that. 4 frags.
Someone else planned. I'm chasing. You see that?
That can't be what that was. The dude was even starting.
No, legit.
He was starting the plan.
Okay. Come on then, Simple. You're on the hunt. Just test us to find.
Yeah, and he's on the boost. I reckon Simple's probably got this one booked.
Oof.
Nope. They really want him. They really want him. Commits to the spray, does need to reload. He has the incendiary and will drop it in the perfect time. Tessa's trying desperately to hold on to his M4. He's getting hunted from 2 different angles. They're trying to distract him as Boomich comes from behind, and there you have it. Nice work from Na'Vi.
Important, stripping that rifle out of their hands at the high end right now for the finances of Heroic. It's just 3K, and that's on Tessus. The low end is the 2.4. If they had that rifle, that's where it does get a bit sketchy going up against the partial investments. Now for Heroic, it will just be the pistols, but I love that. Starts playing, I'm out of here, boys. I'm chasing. Someone else get her down.
There is just a different set of rules in terms of comms and decisions you can make in a team when you are Simple.
He can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, he can.
Right,
yeah.
like, I'm sure that people out there don't like that mentality because, you know, you want him to be part of the team. He is a different animal. I don't care. He is so good.
It's like being on a team with Michael Jordan. You know, Michael Jordan says jump, you say how high.
Yeah. But the entries onto the site here, you can see the pathing, right, where they're focused on. So really downloading and focusing in the tendencies of Heroic here. Pulling Refresh was perfect, just the way that they spread into the site. Every shot's a headshot. Great stuff, and another chance for Na'Vi to get a freebie. It will just be the light pistols. It's just the P250 for Refresh, USPs for the rest, and a flash again.
And the same setup, essentially. Flash is a bit further. They want to aggress mid.
They're not going to see anybody when they flash and pick this. Yeah, cadiaN's just body cleared this. They haven't used the flash, and now they're just going to push on down past the site of Electronic.
They could just not make a peep. Boomich isn't looking. Boomich isn't looking. cadiaN is screaming. Look at him, look at him, look at him. Now, they take the contact. 3 frags. Banana's open for business. Where's the bomb? It's loose on T-stairs. Can they answer that question themselves? That's what Shush is looking for. He's got down there, and he screams, we've got the bomb, lads. We can do this. Another eco victory on the cards for this series. Tessus is even behind enemy lines. That's a fight that Down should win, and he does. Only Bit. Heroic. God, that was hype. just slipping the net of Electronics App's hold. And now they have the bomb, and Bit has too much on his plate. Oh my goodness, okay. He's had a snack. And now a smoke to enable that bomb plant, or rather, retrieval. Plant step 2. Stound's there, and Bit's doing it all for Na'Vi. Coming up clutch. He doesn't know where Shush is. Advancing on that smoke as it fades. Bit too hesitant here with his back turned. He could come up clutch, and Shush denies it. Heroic. Pick it up with the USPs.
Oh, no. You can't. They couldn't have played that any better, considering the circumstances.
Let's see this again. Look at the fact that he calls, wait until all 3 of us have our crosshair on our head, and we click. We click fast. It's 3 frags. Round winning there. I'd love to have the team comms. That's one for the team comms. If we can have that after the break, you know, we'll come back just to hear what on earth they're shouting. That's crazy. Really cool.
Absurd.
Really, really cool stuff. Just a gap in that smoke as well to ensure it.
We've seen so many of these rounds just throughout this series alone today. Absolutely mental. Oh, okay. Heroic. Afforded. Well, no, they weren't afforded. They bought themselves. They earned themselves.
Honestly, I don't think that this was there was money exchange. This was a robbery.
Okay. Well, Na'Vi.
Oh, they may not expect him. Only the one. Problems now. Double AWPs in play. If only he could find an equalizer. Cadian does. Bit falls. And so a real jostle for control now. The double AWPs are in play, but you have to get through them, and both have connected now. Stound sends Perfecto out. He surely wants to either boost his teammate or fall further back. Tessus is there. They are loudly advancing. And he peeks just as they smoke. Oh, Tessus finishing it right there and then.
Timeout, I think, necessary for Na'Vi here. Money being siphoned, and frustrations definitely starting to mount. Consider, let's just look at this map alone. The 2v4 on pistol they lost. Should have had that.
Yeah.
Full eco, right? PZ50 in a flash.
And I love the observing's been great today, by the way, Jakey. Shout out to you, because you saw Boomich actually consider it. Like, he considered it for a second, and then they probably were like, okay, smokes now. And he's like, oops, I'm responsible. It was, yeah, just a perfect storm.
But that's the thing, like, Electronic even just prior to that had a little peer back as well. Na'Vi have gone for a partial investment here. Well, we've seen Na'Vi win a bunch of these as well today, so nothing's out of the realms of possibility in this matchup.
Yeah, it's just who can hold on to it enough. Damn, it didn't even look like he flicked. That was quick. Oh, there's a second straight through the wall. Bit meets his maker. Why does it feel like he's getting another one? This time he's flashed off. Tessus is the one that will deliver it. And Electronic makes it all too easy, poking his head up above the smoke. It's funny that Cadian did actually retire that joke. Like, right now we'd be talking about, hey, you ever heard of that simple 1v5? It's dead, it's dead.
It could never do it again.
No.
He has been hitting some good shots here when he's just been left with the Deagle on his lonesome, right? The jiggles on every corner seems to be connecting.
Yeah, but the 3 players that are right here, ready for combat, a bit too much for him. 7 for Heroic. It's getting a bit scary now. Na'Vi's mental state is certainly fragile, as Chad has highlighted, for some of the rounds they've had to concede. And that's just on this third. There's been a lot more of them in total. Recapping Stound's AWP finds. It was Bit that fell straight through that half wall and that smoke.
Okay, Na'Vi. Guns are back out. No AWP for Simple. Cadian. Brazen again, just loving these mid peaks, loving the pressure. He's just standing in the open, changing through his bloody nades.
He might even get Bit here. Oh, fully flash, but it doesn't matter. Cadian starting to find an ascent to a new level.
Rough death there for Bit. They did the right thing. They flashed the corner. What are you meant to do? What are you meant to do? They will smoke him off, so... Oof, they caged him for a moment. Electronics flubbed his molly there. It isn't the end of the world. He's only copped a little bit of damage to it.
But can I say flustered when we're seeing scenes like that?
Well, yeah, a lot of pressure, right? We've had Shush push apartments on his lonesome. Cadian just strolled down mid in that fashion. Yeah. No wonder he's expecting some more aggression.
Well, apartments does seem to be the target of Na'Vi's affection.
They had a rough time trying to break crossfires like this against Furia. Oh, another missed nade.
And Simple has to go out dry. They are into short, though, and this Refresh and Shush crossfire yet to reveal itself. It's Boomich with his back turned to fall first. Shush repositioning for the swing, and Shush doing it all. Partners up with Refresh. They both fall. And 30 seconds for these two to work it out. Caden just hanging out in the off angle. He's pushed short by the pillar. Now you have to beat him, and you just can't. Cadian hyping his boys up. That's 3 frags from him. He opens and closes round 13. And Heroic steaming towards 10 rounds for this CT side. Look at Na'Vi's buy. It is broken, as is morale. Ever since, I mean, I can pinpoint it. You know how we look to identify swing rounds, Chad? Yeah. And we struggle sometimes. We're mulling it over. Well, it could have been X, it could have been Y. I'll tell you wholeheartedly, I think I know that eco loss has continued to have ramifications into the Na'Vi ranks here.
Rattled for sure.
Cadian once more, flashed off this time, won't choose to pull the trigger. He knows he's up against armored Tech 9s. So just one death, one silly death, one over double peak could result in a bomb down and an awkward retake.
Especially when he was the only man playing that A site for the first 20 seconds of the round. Here they come.
Oh dear, this has potential. Cadian wants to deny it, another swing. Nice find, Electronic puts him down. More fights, and they're going to connect some shots. Perfecto halves the health, Simple finishes the job. My God, so many frags. That's what happens when you throw a whole 5-man squad towards one position. The bomb lose and a 1v2 established.
This would be big for Bit. Had a couple of opportunities here today. Now the rookie only recently upgraded to the starting 5. Some impact right here, right now, would fire his team up.
Ugh. He'll take an M4.
What else has he picked up? A flash as well.
Yeah, 12 bullets. He looks to see if he could find a smoke, anything hiding in the bushes. Oh, he has just stepped over a smoke. The camera angle, you're such a nerd. Nice find. And it might lead to a bomb retrieval. Oh! Gave it everything he had. And he didn't even have to fire a bullet. I mean, yeah.
Jeez.
Close.
Another
no cigar.
One. Another tight one. Okay. Na'Vi would love 6. Just considering the rounds that they have lost in this game, you'd feel that they probably were worth 6, and you can see, look at all the corpses everywhere. Through the smoke, can't see a single thing, and a bit of bowl in there from Tessus.
Wow.
Leg spin on that one, and here we go. Double ops out one more time for Heroic. AKs for Na'Vi.
He's not going for another aggressive mid-fight. He's just flashed off the line this time a bit quicker.
Oh,
that's a lot of damage. Full pause down. We'll have to opt for a passive line now. Heroic is so actively seeking mid-info, at least off the break.
CT util and exchange here for the top banana control and the boost over the half wall. That's the perfect response. It will keep the vision. Tessus, brave.
Yeah, I think you can get away with throwing that safely. I think he just overextended a touch. It leads to his death. And they've already significantly hurt down, so this B site is just ripe for the picking. Dark smoke, Stoun's activated. He is low. If they just had a HE, they don't. But the flash works wonderfully. One ahead of the pack. I'm not sure if he's aware, actually. Perfecto's well ahead of the pack. Oh, God, he's actually behind him. Refresh hasn't got a clue. That's one way to entry frag. And now, well, that nade will look promising, but it's not going to finish the job. The bomb does go down. Bit's nade's even better. Na'Vi looking to round out this half with a necessary 6th. Third map, semi-final, and a competitive 6th round comes to a close. He's got the banana smoke. Simple and Boomich will have to make a decision as that lands, and that does push them forward into the line of sight of Shush. Nothing to report, just Cadian and his AWP, and he's gone too. Okay, 9-6. Impossible to determine, but it does seem like fate has smiled once and twice onto Heroic. 7 rounds away from a rematch with Gambit.
Et lille træ af F. Er klar, ruller. Måske til mig.
Ja, den.
Ja! Sygt, Rasmus. Så er det sygt, mand. Kom nu. Nej, kom nu! Sygt, kom nu! Ekko nu, eller hvad?
Nej, det er ikke. Har han på nu?
Der er det! Bare lægger, René, penge! Sådan.
I've been with some pretty angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. I won't give up the fight. No, gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, I do. I won't give up the fight. It's not on my pretty faces or something that's clever to say. I'm looking for someone special who speaks to my heart in a spiritual way. Gonna find somebody.
Hvad synes du?
Syg runde, mand! Kom nu! Ej, det er de helt ned over.
Nej, det er pænt dårligt.
So I'll be doing my Duolingo, and that was well played, guys. Good job, nice job.
Good stuff. Thumbs up, the Grand Pit, snap of approval. They got everything right there.
Yeah, and if you have just joined us, that's a quick taste of what you missed in that first half. Our third map, this is for all the marbles, for head-to-head with Gambit, to determine whether or not we are going to be having... Well, actually, it's guaranteed. We're having a new name for DreamHack Masters Trophy Lift, right?
Oh, okay. That is juicy in itself right there.
It is a guarantee at this point. Okay, so Heroic's T on Inferno to be tested.
Let's see if they can pull off any more madness here today.
I think that break was important, Chad. I think Na'Vi probably just needed to flush some water on their face.
They still got 6, right?
Exactly.
So we're in with a competitive half. It could have been better, but
it just petered out, though, is what I'm saying. I think Na'Vi really lost their what's happening here. They're running straight into the Boomage CZ. It's a great weapon for the fight. He only has one to show for it. And now Electronic, desperate for some vision. It's been denied. And now they fade to black as Tessus takes him out. Caden's already set up to fend off the rotate of Perfecto. He has no answers as to where they're going, and he will have to assume library's a possibility. Oh, he's stalking his prey. There's nothing left. What a quick one. Perfecto keeps it competitive after all. Simple as over the smoke. He'll be able to punish here.
This is wild.
This is such an advantageous position.
This is
he can
wild.
descend right behind them, and he does strike. 2 headshots! Na'Vi, what a turnaround. It's down booked. And that is something special. Starts with Perfecto, ends with Simple, and they are cool as can be. Easy in the chat, Na'Vi. Snatch 7.
What a wild way to get back into a round. The Perfecto flick, like, Cadian has him dead to rights. And the Cadian's timing has been impeccable throughout. And Perfecto pulls this madness off. Watch this.
He literally was just looking. That's the first glance he had. His brain was just considering the possibility.
And the only play from Simple there that could open up both of those angles.
As the smoke comes down on short is to be immediately above it. What?
Jeez Louise. Okay.
I need to stop giggling so much. It's too much fun.
This series today it's had everything.
It has. Yeah, I'm sure you guys have enjoyed it as much as we have just shouting about it. Now,
some of these eco victories, dude, I don't think I've seen anything like it. Throughout this series, just in Mirage and now here on Inferno, some of these rounds.
There's some smug Valve dev who's got this on his second screen, like, I told you it would work.
You can use every weapon.
You can use every weapon now. You're in my world now. Tessus is up mid. He knows there's a second. He's surely dead. Yeah, simple. Not going to waste any time in responding. Now the bomb back towards the T-stairs, as we've seen many times. Okay, Cadian. He's been to the Blacksmith, come out with a very sharp AK. And now Perfecto, he's strong, very strong at the back of this site, but he seems like he's found and met his match in the ever-dynamic Stout. Just through movement alone, he exhausts his mag. Simple's close for the frag, but Cadian's found it blind, straight into the smoke.
Now it has to be the electronic save.
Can we talk about the fact that Refresh is still, like, watching his push?
Yeah,
like,
just chilling at T-stairs.
Yeah, look.
He has the bomb.
He's worried about that T-spawn push.
Well, electronic's coming.
Yeah, well, if you wait long enough, Refresh, dude, it might happen. Does he want Daddy Cadian to come and walk him to the site?
Wait a second.
Fresh.
How long?
You might have heard that if you waited a second longer. Okay.
If that was 2 to 3 seconds more, that's electronic right there. Right on top of that scooter position.
We told you they were thorough.
Like, this is the thing. There's now only 12 seconds left and the bomb is finally getting planted. Okay, well.
How's your day going anyway?
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah?
Some thrilling Counter-Strike today. Jesus.
It is funny when I don't have a mouse and keyboard really in my hands at any point, but I still get that adrenaline rush when I'm watching this sometimes. My heart quickens in pace.
Really good stuff today. Both of these teams really turning up. And Gambit, I'm sure they're just sitting by and loving the length of this, right? The more that these two teams are going toe-to-toe.
Can we take a moment, though, for this third map, semi-final, to take a note of the scoreboard right now? Everyone loves laughing in hindsight and saying, lol, where was Na'Vi? Oh, simple carry show. I mean, it hasn't been this for the first 2 maps.
No, look, he's definitely had support, right? We've had massive showings out of Perfecto. When we look back at Nuke that just was, there was a lot of individuals showing up for Na'Vi. We had clutches from Boomich. We've had some great calling. It's looked like a team.
It has.
And I think that is the thing that Na'Vi have been lacking. And there's always these little blips, right? We always have these little blips. We're like, okay, we have some hope. And this right here, they're extending it.
Well, that Na'Vi pistol, short-lived success after Perfecto's brilliant funny business. And it was Cadian who just decided B was his. Now, they are catching a lot of nade damage, and they aren't going to be deterred. Look at these sprightly MAC-10 Gazelles leaping straight into the site. It's time for Electronic to do some damage, and damage he's done. Another through the smoke, and it's over. Chad, Counter-Strike feels different today.
Yeah, when these two teams are playing, for whatever reason, especially these heroic T sides, they are doing it old school, right? The Counter-Strike that you guys have been watching at the upper echelons in recent times, especially since the CIS takeover, has been, let's just go with slow. That's probably the best way to look at things, but this is just heroic going rush B. That is just a rush B call.
And you can't throw a rush B at the Russians.
Hey, there we go. We've come full circle. Heroic are back with a buy again. They are relentless in these purchases. AK's back out, Galils, Deagles.
Sometimes it does feel like a game of chicken, not the
actual chicken
animal
we just
saw. Yeah, did look like a Freudian slip, but no. Just playing chicken, just pedal to the metal, both of them driving towards each other. See who's going to veer off into the side first.
Okay, well, they've taken the pace out of this one, and for good reason. Don't want to get stopped by the Na'Vi util.
Taking a water break.
Bit of util towards the top banana here, so just clearing on out Boomich's home. Perfecto standing and waiting passively towards spawn with a flash ready. And a dink onto Stown. We'll keep him at notice for another peek. He might want to trade that one across to Tessus now that his HP's taken a bit of a dive. But regathering top mid, Molly over towards Trash. They clear that one out. We can see nobody close towards the porch position. If this isn't explode on towards the A site, Bit and Electronic are about to be tested.
Simple, actually, throwing out an arch side flash and then dipping into Library, which he has been smoked off on. The nade looks destined for greatness. It doesn't do too much. just a touch of damage done to Simple, brought down to just 20. They are all on the other side of that smoke. And Perfecto, that smoke's going to incite him forwards. He wants to punish here, and he's in a good position to do so. Oh, Na'Vi closing this gap instantaneously. Refresh trying to come up clutch. It's just not going to happen, and that gap we discussed is fading rapidly.
Oof, we might catch this one on the replay there, but I think Shush's shot in towards Pit on Electronic must have been huge because he was playing under the balcony, and they've just wrapped Archer. He went down straight away, but you're right, that push out, the sandwich there on the Arch side, it doesn't usually go that way, right? You normally see them flooding on through. Here it is. Oh, okay. That's a huge find.
And just as they're celebrating that, Na'Vi combined for 4 very, very quick frags.
Okay, well, Heroic will be humbled and down to these pistols. It will only be P250s to boast about. But I'm not even going to think this one's done.
Maybe we just say nothing.
Yeah, maybe we just wait and see what happens. No point calling these rounds anymore.
Yeah.
I can't remember a time in just one series where so many of these rounds, and it's not even through huge misplays.
Yeah, because we saw them in that G2 Astralis game, but
that was rubbish.
Yeah, but it didn't feel like these ones, where it's been a very different kettle of fish. They have a smoke for CT, Chad. You know, I see a bomb plant. A bomb plant's coming. Hector and Boomich seem to disagree. Nope, there it goes. Wow. Well played by Heroic.
Yeah, both teams are happy with this outcome. Na'Vi get the round. They don't lose any players. Heroic get what they came looking for. The plan, that extra cash injection will now facilitate a buy for everybody from the Danish side. And Na'Vi can't, because nobody died there. It might not be high on their agenda. Simple is a fantastic rifler as well, but they can't get out that CT-sided AWP just yet. Boosted on up. Lovely elevated position over the smoke, and just used transitionally. That position has become, well, it's like fashion, right? It's back in fashion. Electronic only has a smoke. He didn't invest into any utility behind that. This is interesting. I can't tell you why. Maybe something aggressive here.
What's he up to? Look at Cadian just hunting straight into A. There's stop molly for short, slowing him down. Refresh has dealt with Electronic's aggression. Tessis has joined Cadian up mid. They've taken so much of the map so early. Look at this. Dual bit is taking at 1 minute 25. Cool your jets. Boomich has been forced into the rotate. The entire Na'Vi squad is here. Perfecto's even on his way as well.
It's the right gamble.
Refresh can play around that lurk smoke. Simple's aware of it. Wants to clear short for his squad. And he does just get the one. Looking good now for the Danes. Boomich needs to deliver another. Stound denies the opportunity. Oof. Perfecto might go off the back of the nade, you know. They've delayed the plant. As they re-smoke, he has to weigh up his options. He wants to walk through it. Refresh is holding that. You can't. You won't get away with that. But cutting noise just long enough to perhaps be coming through the apartments, be coming through short. He wants to sow some seeds of doubt for the remaining 2.
Plenty of residual cash here. Wouldn't be a bad attempt for Perfecto to go for this.
Dude, even the smoke kit late, like, just really milk it. Oh, you know, there is a gap. Here is the gap. Down. Right in front of him! Right in front of him! He couldn't... What's the word? What's the word? Distinguish between the bodies and the real one. There was 2 corpses right next to Stown. I think he just assumed the third was there as well.
Okay, well, the money is there, and immediately Simple will get that CT-sided AWP out. I'm not sure if it would have helped them in that round with just the pace we saw, but Na'Vi, they have a plan, or at least they're working on one. First time out being called here. Things really, you consider the rounds that Heroic snatched away in that first half through brilliance. We're still so tight in this matchup. It's anybody's game. Getting the coach view right here, Hunden and Blade chiming on in with these 30 seconds. Time has expired. I'm getting this one underway. Boomich is yet to buy, and same for Bit. They do have cash for this, so there's no dramas. It's just probably deciding exactly what utility pieces they require.
And so we begin round 22. These 2 have been inseparable for the majority of this best of 3. It's usually about this break point where one of the two pulls ahead. Let's see if Cadian's going to play a part in the demise or the success of Heroic. Aggressive up banana, hiding in the smoke. Tessa's taking apps early, and looks like that mid-smoke will enable Simple to post up. I think he's not too interested in being in front of that execution smoke. Heroic do a great job of taking early mid-control. Like, they don't have to use too much to have Tessa's taking fights like that.
Yeah, they get that arch smoke up very, very early. There's pressure they can apply here, even with that mid-smoke down. Now it fades. With Simple over towards the B side, a lot of pressure now falling onto these A defenders of Bit and Electronic. And, well, we know what Electronic can do from that pit position. Looks like he won't be tested here as rejigging the setup. Heroic back towards banana. Smoke landing on out towards the front of sight.
Oh, Simple spots you and you can't jiggle Simple. Third time he pulls the trigger. And with 30 seconds left, dude, they're trying to can it.
Wait, are they going back? They are.
Okay, and Boomich is on his way. Give it everything she's got. Simple will be blind. That's a chance. A little bit of space, a flash for the contact. So much chaos in the next 13 seconds. Here we have it. Looks great for Na'Vi. Rubbish for Refresh. He doesn't get a chance to pull the trigger. Simple does, and we do tie things right back up. 11-11. It's time to make a wish.
What curveball is going to come out of Heroic here, right? There's not a lot of cash to work with, but every time I think that, we always just see an AK and then a couple of kills off the back of it. There's Cadian's death, and it looks way too easy. But they didn't have a lot of util left after they started their walk up banana. This will be the third timeout taken from the Heroic camp. And with the scoreline tied up, the loss bonus right now, they're looking at 2,400 into the next round. That will be enough for everybody to guarantee a bye.
Okay.
Cadian's bought into full nades. So, look, if they do pistol upgrade, they can afford it. They always seem to have a plan for these rounds. I remember when we were talking about Heroic, even when they had Borup and Nico in the mix, and I think the same thing can be said for Gambit. Whatever their buy looks like, they can always get the most out of it. It's very rare to see them get completely shut on down unless they go for one of those Hail Mary B rushes like we got a little bit earlier in the piece.
Yeah, light smattering of Kevlar as well, should anything go to plan. 3 up ult mid, quick.
They're making no secret of the Glocks either. Note how much spamming you're hearing of that, maybe hoping to lull cocky Na'Vi members into a duel or two.
This is his util. Perfectly timed incendiary from Simple, just as his smoke starts to fade. Replaces it with flame. Now long smoked. Ooh. 2 smokes up, and they're coming straight into Bit. That was the catch they needed. Tessus has provided it. Now the long gap. They can stampede straight towards CT here, and Perfecto's going to be faced with a lot of frags. It's all 3 from Perfecto, so no issues there. And that was the bomb. So Cadian can just go ahead and have a walk around with his M4 and see if anybody wants to give him a bit of a fight. Simple staring at him. Don't fancy his chances here. All too easy for Simple. 26 frags and counting. And keeping track of Navi's frags as well. Perfecto has chased him all the way up the scoreboard to join again. Looks like it's going to be one of the highest fragging totals we've seen from Perfecto in some time from a series like this.
Yeah, good stuff from Perfecto, showing up in the semi-finals in a big way. And just to talk through the thought process of this eco round, that smoke that landed on the balcony is indicative of a halls pop. So Simple will leave Archside to back up in case of the halls pop. Electronic drop back a little bit as well. And that's how they were able to pip the gap through to CT, is really just playing on the idea of, well, it is an eco. They've given us the Glock signal, and that's one of the most standard plays as down charges into Banana here, avoids the majority of that damage, and Simple might even swing on this late.
Not when he's the solo A defender, though. That's too much responsibility for one man to take aggressive peeks, especially at the third map of a semi-final. Smokes on the half wall. Buys another 30 seconds or so. Don't have to drop too much just yet.
Cavalry has arrived on the A site. The rotations come back over. Bits in library, electronics in sight, and now they can fortify the A defense. But meanwhile, Banana's still being worked on, and Perfecto and Boomich are both playing in the site. Setting up nades again. They're respecting the util. There is a gap in this. Heroic look very committed to this B execute.
Boomich. His dismount was heard. Nade perfectly timed from Perfecto, just softening him up. They dumped the incendiary. Oh. Looks like damage has continued to be inflicted through that coffins, and they've smoked it off nicely. Boomich on the flash.
What is this?
What is the damage off the back of that? Heroic, they're being chipped away at. Look at their health. Shadows of their former self. Bit with a quick switch does respond just with the remaining bullets. Now the bomb can go down. This does not favor Heroic, despite the bomb ticking now ever in their favor. They are lining up for a full re-execution into the site. Electronics got a full util set to dump. Boomich, the ever effervescent with that MP9. And what's the go sign? Well, the loss of Simple's something. Testis is going to have to spring to action. He's not ready for Electronic, though. Just perfect from Na'Vi. That will be 13. And now 3 rounds away from a domestic derby of Na'Vi Gambit.
Oh, that was miraculous how much damage they did just through that top banana smoke. I could not believe either. They both realized neither of us have site control. We have no idea what's coming. We need some information. And just bounding through this smoke over towards coffins, right? Just for that early biff. They get on in, they play the retake with a number advantage. Luckily, Bit is able to reposition and get that shot, but jeez.
Yeah, but there's a new adaptation to a lot of these plays where players will have one completely out of the round, just playing for the element of surprise. And Electronic, you could see, like, during that chaos, as they have 3 men charging through construction, that's when they're going to be oversights. And that's when you, as a player who's just been dumping util and biding your time, can strike.
Bit of a safety net scenario there, right?
Oh, that's exactly what you'd call it. That is exactly what you'd call it.
Now, Heroic, bit of face palming going on, and
tensions are going to be running high, dude.
They've bought, right? They have bought into this. It's Galil's, 1 AK, a MAC-10 and a Deagle. Now, they've won with less, but Na'Vi starting to lock this one down. He wouldn't, would he?
He never does.
Kind of egging him on to go for it, aren't we?
I don't know what's led to this, but Gambit, God, what's wrong with my brain today?
You're getting already to the grand final, mate, I understand.
Na'Vi have sent 4 towards A early. Now, whether or not they push for info off the back of this, or they're just going to leave poor Perfecto jiggling with a smoke, they're just going to run at them. Molly, great, that will slow them down. It doesn't seem to have stopped down as he is just rampaging straight in. Perfecto needed both just to have a chance. Now the 4-man Na'Vi banana retake. This is another wild ride. Strap in, because Heroic, their investment is paying off. Cadian looking to take first contact. They haven't planted yet. Now it's potentially going to be contested, lads. Jeez Louise, okay. They're not expecting so many from Banana. It's only Cadian holding on to this. Nade is great. Util dump. Cadian just has one head straight in the vice. He is going to get traded out. Shush does have a molly to stop the defuse. If he can just survive, he can get it set up. Electronics on it. If you could just drop the molly, perfect. Force him off the bomb. Time-sensitive mission now. They desperately need the frags. They've got it, and I think they've got time. Who can stop it? It's Shush again. Simple staring at the smoke. You better line it up. Oh, God, it's close. Simple missed his shot. Shush had a chance. The bullets just don't find their mark, and Na'Vi leave with 14. Oh, it could have been so different. So many quick exchanges there. The fact that Simple missed his shot, he could have been punching himself, I assume. So let's watch this one again from the bird's eye view, because they get these frags real quick. Must have, yeah, you can see that blue line.
Jumping at him.
Just 14 HP, dog, damn.
4K, that hasn't broken Heroic's finances. They're going again. The AKs are back out. Simple getting aggressive now. Flashed off the line immediately. Heroic know what's up. Molly's to slow down this boiler ascent, and Na'Vi looking good. I cannot believe they had a 4-man banana retake.
Pulled it off.
The thing is, they had so much util, I thought they were going to set up for an execute of their own, but they just limped on in and made it work. And Heroic, they've tried this B execute. They've really wanted to test the likes of Perfecto and Boomich, and, well, they pass as a team here, Na'Vi. Only 2 more rounds.
Simple. With exactly that. Pulls the trigger as the screen goes white, and now Heroic falling flat at the final hurdle. Refresh, trying to change our minds, does catch the start of the Na'Vi show. No more Franks for Simple here, kept honest as he concedes his 14th death. Cadian taking long. Boomich has responded, and he just presents himself full wide swing. Another frag. Heroic overcoming this man disadvantage now, an advantage of their own. Perfecto's got a lot to do, but he has been such a hero for Na'Vi. A single incendiary, flashed and pushed. Oh, he still gets him! No! Disaster for Heroic. They can save it. 20 seconds. It's again from Banana. And Stown, he hears it. He does delete Electronic. Just dips away. He may have spotted him on the repeat. The incendiary implies he does. Bit to secure it. Finish what Perfecto started. It's all the way down to the 1v1. An intense affair all over the shop. I thought Perfecto might have done enough there.
That was huge. The lineup, that was perfect for him. Could not have been offered a better opportunity. Look at this. Nate's out, lining up, the double kill.
Bomb delivered as well.
Oh, and then just Electronic as he's running up Banana. Just caught off by Stown, a huge kill to find, and then biffing. Staying in this one, Heroic with their 12th.
They needed that. Just to state the obvious in case it hasn't been said enough, that was a compulsory round.
Look at the 4-spy win. These rounds are so few and far between. That tells a great story here of Navi's CT side.
It does, yeah. Testament to the power. I mean, you know what you were describing earlier, Perfecto and Boomich. When playing against Na'Vi, that is a tasty morsel in terms of a sight to hit. I can understand Heroic's penchant for B. I mean, it makes sense.
It's shown a lot of weakness in the past, right? It has been a problem for Na'Vi.
But Perfecto, credit where credit is due, is a real nuisance on this B site.
There's so many different looks out of them in the way that they're approaching this. This isn't just the same standard boost that they're doing. They're showing so much
variety.
Yeah, that's the perfect word for this. And Na'Vi, look, going in with a buy like this, the money was there, but you can see it's not perfect. MP9 and the Famous for the likes of Boomich and Bit, respectively. Simple has his big green. If Heroic just continue to pepper this B bomb side, they will have the advantage.
He's having a look. Gap in the smoke. Set up for success, but there's the flash. There's the frag. Cadian knocks Simple on his ass. A big start. And now they want to take back control of the apartments. We haven't seen much action on A, you know. Perhaps getting a little lazy in the very late stages of this best of 3. Electronic definitely ready. It's a powerful off angle. They're going to be focused on so many places. Not this, as he crouches and unloads his mag. Can't finish the job. Does tuck in. Bit and Boomich desperate to support. Boomich with one long range. Contact all over the place. Cadian trying to save the day. There's one very close in the smoke. I don't think he's ready. Boomich will strike. They're low. And the bomb's on the way towards B. Stown's completely cleared it out, even taking CT. Oh, they're not ready for this.
No way in the world.
Knives are out. Stown can strike. He can win it right here. Needs clean kills. Does find the first. Electronic at 5. It's just not good enough. He can't make anything out of 5 HP. And Stown confirms our suspicions. Heroic will put a 13th on the board. This is going to go all the rounds of regulation.
It needs to. Na'Vi, they had 1,900 as their loss bonus coming into this round. Bottom of the barrel, bin juice, as far as their economy is concerned. You can see it for yourself. Nothing to work with here in terms of an investment. They need to be light with how much they do buy into with this one. Oh, dearie me, this is not the place you want to find yourself on the CT side late. Economy broken. They will buy next round, but look, Electronic with 2,400 coming in with the plus 1,900 he has right now. Boomich, same situation. Their buy to contest against Heroic getting to 15 first is going to look miserable.
Oh, Refresh has just spotted a lot with the strafe jump. Tessus, long-range bursts, and he is going to lose out to the USPs. It can't get worse than this.
Uh-oh.
It's getting worse. They're stacking towards the B site. Heroic is scrambling. You can see just that little extra pep in Na'Vi's step. Now, Electronic and Simple connecting. It's put that long-range Mac-10 and Cadian down, dead to rights.
If they push through Banana here, they might be able to grab these weapons. It's just down to Simple about staying alive in this pit position. It all comes down to timing here for Na'Vi.
But this works out perfectly. It's Simple. They have to get through. How deep will their clears be? Or will they just be under the assumption they've avoided contact? Oh, Simple ruins their day. And Na'Vi's 15th. It was supposed to be with weapons. They've done it with pistols. Stown can try and change our minds, but he'd have to do a brilliant three-man spray down. He's faffing around with a fake, and there's three Na'Vi members around the corner. Ladies and gentlemen, Na'Vi, that's a robbery of their own. Stealing away 15 right from under Heroic's nose. They did all the hard work in the prior. Now 15's been found. We've got series point, 2 of them, in favor of Na'Vi.
Look at this. He's hit 30 again, hasn't he? This animal, this absolute animal.
Freak of nature.
Oh dear, and it almost lined up for Stown in the sense they're all coming from the same position. That spray you were talking about, it could have happened. There was a real world, and Simple on that jump peak has spotted this ascent up middle quickly here. Shush is ahead of it.
Oh God, through the flames, they really were testing their limits on such a crucial round. Anyone's misstep could cost them this. A semi-final, your whole evening. You're burning the midnight oil at this point. All you want is to have a W in the column, to have a game booked for tomorrow. Na'Vi now within touching distance of it, courtesy of another nonsense Deagle USP win. Heroic have had their fair share as of Na'Vi throughout this series. Let's see how it, or if it, ends. They're walking into the three-man setup. Got a lot of contact, and so Simple was faffing around with his nades. It did give a little bit of space, but Electronic hits the shots. He's hit more than just the shot. It's Simple with another. Cadian would need Bit as well. Playing for the retake, and it's smart. Cadian's going hunting for this frag. He desperately wants it. A deep Molotov to enable a safe plant. Cadian's walking up on this library player. Loudly, Boomich just has made a step. Cadian aware of the possibility. Short the responsibility of Shush. That CT smoke might give him something to play around. If he could just find Boomich now, which he has. He unloads his mag on the cross, plays safe for time. Shush cowering in fear. His life is so important. And he's, caught a glimpse of one. Now to Perfecto, it's not a great plant, and he's holding it.
He's sitting it.
Yeah, Cadian's not checking it. This is it, 5 seconds, and it fades to black for Heroic. Na'Vi take it. We get the domestic derby. And my God, I'm sure Russia's going to be very busy about 4 p.m. because it is going to be Na'Vi versus Gambit for the DreamHack Masters Spring Finals. It's locked in. What a brawl.
Ja, vi skubber sammen. Okay. Han er foran. Ja. Jeg kan fik. Nej! Det er herude. Vigtigt, mand. Ja! Nice, man. Var det fucking vigtigt. De har ingen penge nu, hvis jeg er fordyret der.
There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. You know there's something going down, but you don't know what you're facing.
Going into the semi-final, all eyes were on Heroic. Na'Vi looked to impress, but could they have the edge over one of the top 2 rated teams in the world? Well, it turns out yes indeed, because Na'Vi all showed up to the plate today. And you can see the looks on their faces, jubilation, as they will be facing Gambit in the grand final tomorrow. Commiserations to Heroic, however, because they put up such a fight, Maniac.
I mean, if you're gonna have a series that is that beautiful, as beautiful as this one, you need 2 teams to show up. And that's definitely what we had today. We had both Heroic and Na'Vi fighting to the death, and at the end, it's Na'Vi, but we have an incredible amount of rounds that could have gone either way. Swing rounds, beautiful moves, eco rounds, everything put together. Simple, obviously, have to mention. Perfecto, an unsung hero of Na'Vi. We had it all. That was one of the most beautiful series I've seen in a long time.
Janko, do you agree?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was a very exciting game to watch, very different than the Gambit G2 series we had earlier, and it seems like it's a recurring theme for Na'Vi so far in this tournament, how they're winning games, right? Like we see the changes, the reform on the T side. They're playing much better as a unit. Simple, of course, doing simple things, like he's playing another insane tournament, always having a couple of crucial rounds individually. The ace clutch to end nuke, here the deagle round towards the end of the game, and Perfecto for me is the big name for Na'Vi in this tournament, not Electronic. He's been doing a great job, especially on the